everyone. Having a few technical difficulties today. So I'm trying to work the bugs out right now. Are we even live on YouTube? Okay. We are live. Okay. Okay, now that's working. There we go. Morning, morning. Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties
Link 15
today.
says, morning, Eric.
Yep. I gotta go help unload the trailer, so I will be back. A little bit of a late start on the stream. It wasn't playing fair. It didn't want to load up, didn't want to run. So I'll be right back, guys.
Derek says, "Hi everyone." Choctaw County says, "Hello, hello, how is the show?"
Good morning, everybody. Whew. I didn't think I was going to be able to stream today. It wasn't logging in. It wasn't doing anything right. It was being very, very weird today.
Derek says, "Eric, what are we doing today?"
We are working for a commercial company, and looks like we're doing a section of their back driveway. I'm not exactly sure. I guess they're painting it out right now. So there's the orange line. So maybe it's going to just be a big patch job, possibly. Yeah, literally nothing wanted to work today. I was like, what is going on here? And of course, like usual, Facebook isn't working. Surprise, 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 surprise. Facebook doesn't want to load. Who would have thunk it?
Choctaw County says, 57 overcast in the SIP.
49 here. It's cold as heck.
Derek says, "They have a mind of their own sometimes."
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I couldn't connect to the old way. I couldn't connect to the new way. I'm like, what is going on here? It was very frustrating. Especially in the morning when you're like, you know, you've only planned like 10 minutes or 15 minutes to set everything up, and it's like, why is this not working? All right, let's see if Facebook joins the team. It's thinking about it. Nope. Nope. Facebook just doesn't want me streaming to it. That's what it is. Facebook does not want me streaming to it. It doesn't want to be a platform that Mechanic Eric can be seen on. Okay, now I just have to go and hit the go live button on Facebook, hopefully. There we go. Go live. That's so much work. Yay! Welcome, Facebook. You're late to the show like ever, but you know, that's just because Facebook's such a pain in the butt to get working in the morning. So welcome everybody on Facebook. Oh, I'm sitting here making faces and stuff, and I don't even have the camera, the front-facing camera going. Welcome, Facebook. That's crazy. Oh. I take this sweatshirt off. Get naked here. Oops. Oh. So how's everybody this morning? I don't know if you guys can tell. It's a pretty big section. It's not huge. It goes over to about there. So not a huge job. But we're going in the right direction. Getting back to doing commercial work.
Choctaw County says, still being hit by microwave pulse-width weapons.
That's not good.
Derek says, good except miney giving me fits this morning.
My ankles were acting up this morning. I got out of bed and they were popping. Like every step, they were like snap, crackle, popping. So needless to say, that was pretty annoying. Oh.
Derek says, mine is from knee surgery last week.
Yeah. You're never really the same after a knee surgery. I think that's why they try to put it off as long as they can. I had sausage.
Choctaw County says, what is for breakfast?
I had sausage, eggs, toast, some orange juice, and 2 bananas, which I just ate one. I like going to the hotels. I don't have to cook in the morning. I just get up and I get breakfast. Oh. Forgot I didn't have my microphone up over here. Yeah, we'll have to see how the setup works. I was trying to do some other stuff that didn't end up working right. So we'll have to see what happens.
Chris agrees says, good morning Eric, I hope all's well.
So far, yep. So far, everything's going good. I was up late last night trying to get some stuff working that would let me monitor all the chats. I had everything working, and then it broke, and I was like, well, what the heck is up with that? So needless to say, a little disappointed with that. Try firing it up again. See if it wants to work. So hopefully now I'll be able to get messages from Facebook and Rumble. Yeah, it was a pain this morning.
Chris agrees says, awesome, hopefully you can work out the technical gremlins.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Supposedly it should be working, so I should be able to get messages from Rumble. I know I tested that last night and that was working. I don't know, Facebook. Facebook is a different animal. Let's try Rumble. Oh, no, that's not what I want.
Chris agrees says, at Choctaw County look at 1,362 at Declan 6,003. Hello again to you guys.
Hello, Chris. Alright, so chat for Rumble's working. Now let's see if Facebook chat's working. or if Facebook is even working at all.
Chris agrees, says, cheers, Eric.
Cheers. Yeah, I didn't know if we were going to be streaming today. It was, like I said, it was acting pretty funny.
Choctaw County says, howdy.
Howdy. No.
Trix FM says, test from Twitch.
Yeah. So the problem I had is,
At Nightbit says, hit the like, subscribe, hit the bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, AI Overlord. We must comply. So, that program I was telling you about, that social stream ninja, I had everything working, and it has an HTML link that must be external because I can pull it up on the tablet, and I could see the chats. But then when I got everything working, it changed to like a local file, not a HTML. So I had to reset everything, and right now I got Rumble working, but it's not working for Facebook. Oddly enough.
Choctaw County says, okay.
So I'm not 100% sure why.
Chris agrees, says, hello at Choctaw County Wicket 1362 and haha Nightbit.
Hi, Ed.
Choctaw County says, machine chews up old asphalt.
Yeah. Try this. Okay. Yeah, still no Facebook chat.
Chris Agree says, I would love to drive that machine, haha, that guy's got a fun job.
Not really. You think it would be, but it's not as fun as you think it is.
Link 15 says, morning fry. Choctaw County says, Eric's number one.
Well, thank you.
Leroy Radar says, good morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Chris Agree says, oh, okay, Eric, it looks a cool machine to operate though.
Yeah. It beats you up pretty bad though. That's the downside.
Trix FM says, yeah, Link 15.
Because there's no real suspension, that's the problem.
Chris Agree says, morning to Lynn and Fry and Leroy, and aw, that sucks, it beats up the driver. He must need the sauna treatment after the day's done, haha.
Yeah.
Choctaw County says, sunny there. Link 15 says, morning, Chris.
Good morning, Lynn.
Chris Agree says, cheers, Lynn. Leroy Radar says, how did your shopping go yesterday? Did you get some fuel out and some clothes?
Yep, I got this shirt here that says the man, the myth, the legend. I thought that was kind of funny. Picked up some new pants.
Chris agrees, says, well, the oil price gone down to 97 bucks a barrel now, so let's hope for cheap fuel soon. And Eric, that's a cool t-shirt.
Yeah.
Choctaw County says, 4.19 unleaded here. Chris agrees, says, I'm lazy when it comes to buying new clothes. I just wear them till holes appear and get new ones, haha.
Yeah.
Leroy Radar says, I bet you wish you had an extra cab on it to put stuff for supplies.
I wish I had extra storage. That's for sure. I can't see Facebook chat. I tried. I tried my hardest. This app just is not working. It's crazy. I spent all night trying to make it work, and it did not want to work, unfortunately. But I did find some other cool stuff that I gotta try to do.
Chris agrees, says, you may need to update the Facebook app. Eric, is mine updated today?
It interfaces with the web page, so it should be as up to date as possible.
Choctaw County says, spin the wheel. Chris agrees, says, oh, okay, that is strange. It's not working properly then.
Yeah. needless to say, everything today has been a little upsetted.
Choctaw County says, I wear shirts with holes in them. Chris agrees says, LOL at Choctaw County with 8,362. Leroy Radar says, my phone updated yesterday. It's an iPhone 14 Plus Pro Max, and today my watch updated except automatic.
Yeah.
Choctaw County says, did they not put enough asphalt down last time for the cracking going on?
Well, usually it's the base. If the base isn't strong enough, it cracks. But this is multiple layers, so it looks like they just overlaid over the top. So I'm guessing we're gonna probably pull it all the way out instead of just doing an overlay.
Leroy Radar says, down in the 40s, that's pretty cold for me. I got arthritis, but I had my heart attack and they took pain out of my legs, metal cleats in my chest.
Gotcha. Yeah, I found this stuff last night and I thought this would be kind of cool to put up in the chat.
Chris agrees says, sorry to hear that, Leroy. Choctaw County says, what is the measurements for?
So we've got,
Chris agrees says, yeah, that's a good idea, Eric.
so we got the temperature, we got the local time, we got the city that I'm in, we've got how fast I'm going, and
Leroy
then
Radar says, I was in my cardiologist's office getting ready for some tests and then I woke up in the hospital with my kids by my side.
we've got miles per hour, and then how many feet above sea level I am. So that's what we have right now.
Chris agrees, says, that's a nightmare, Leroy. Scary when things like that happen in life. Choctaw County says, that's about same here in FT above sea level.
Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Tired. I'm ready for bed. I just got here. I'm ready for bed. So I'm kind of curious to see how this ends up working.
Chris agrees, says, haha.
The racing line should do lap times. So like when I go to a plant and I come back here, it should say how long it took to get back here. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to work out. Oh. Oh, I'll wake up in a few minutes. That's a good thing.
Choctaw County says, don't look like the area has been getting a lot of rain.
It's a good thing. If we get a lot of rain, then we don't work. And I like money. I like my money. So hopefully, like I said, that line on the bottom where it says racing, I'll sit here and tell us what my lap times are for going back and forth. Trying to figure out cool things to put on the screen. Informational stuff that you guys might enjoy to see. The map to me was kind of a bust. That was my opinion. Because it was so small, you really couldn't tell. You know, you had no point of reference to know where I was. So it was just a dot moving on a screen. And it wasn't even a nice satellite image.
Chris Agree says, who don't like money? LOL.
Yeah. Oh, cute. If I had my Apple Watch on, I could literally post my heart rate in the live stream. That's crazy.
Chris Agree says, yeah, the map was too small.
Yeah. Or if I was jogging, I could sit here and I could list my steps. I don't know. I think this information's a little bit better. It kind of tells you what city I'm in, and I think that's good enough. I think you guys can see the chat. You can see what the temperature is here locally.
It says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell, and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, AI Overlord, we must obey. I'll have to debate. I mean, I don't speed, so I'm not too worried about showing my speed. We'll see how accurate that is once we get going. We don't change a lot of altitude because we don't go through a lot of mountains, so I'm not sure if that really is something that I overly care about. Haha.
Leo Radar says, that's cool. I've been keeping track of walking. I haven't been doing enough, just tired all the time. I was for this morning. Watched the friend of mine 5 a.m. It was 7 a.m. to him. He was in Texas.
Gotcha. So hopefully that'll be a little bit more interesting for you guys.
Choctaw County says, does David come on at night?
Oh, that's funny. That's funny there. Took me a second. I was literally like, Daybot, what are you oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Not a problem, Chris.
Says, yeah, hope so, Eric, and I gotta go move my car. Be back shortly.
Alright, here's where we get to see if the speedo tells us how fast I'm going. Let's figure it out. Oh yeah, there it goes. 5 miles an hour. That's pretty quick too.
Turn left onto Enterprise Drive. Turn left onto
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Then take the first left onto Enterprise Drive. At the stop sign, turn left onto Enterprise Drive. In 3/4 of a mile,
Leroy
turn
Radar
right onto
says,
Heritage Road.
547 feet above sea level. I'm gonna have oceanfront property here in California when the Bay Area drops.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of cool. Tells you the city I'm in, the temperature, local time, and it's
Fry says, does the truck have more power now?
no, and it's still doing the same crap. It did the same crap this morning.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
Yeah, I did some work on the truck because it's been hard starting for some reason, and I ended up blowing out the air filter, and there was a whole bunch of dust in it. So initially I thought that fixed the problem, but it did not.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Heritage Road.
Choctaw County says, I saw someone make mashed potatoes out of potato chips last night.
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know how cost effective that is. I mean, I guess in a pinch, if you just needed mashed potatoes and you had a bag of chips laying around, it'd be useful.
In about 1.5 miles at the roundabout, take the first exit. In 1 mile at the roundabout, take the first exit. At the roundabout, take the first exit. In 2 miles, turn left onto Video Lane.
Choctaw County says, 6 months ago, Toyota opened Woven City, a fully operational smart city built on a former factory site at the foot of Mount Fuji, after spending an estimated $10 billion on its construction 100.
That's cool.
$100 residents live there thus far.
How many residents is it built to handle?
Choctaw County says, let me check.
Well, we definitely got a little bit of an elevation bump there.
Turn left onto Video Lane. In half a mile, the destination is on your right, northeast asphalt to Pier Glenmore.
Choctaw County says, 100 hand-picked residents, called Weavers, currently live and work there, testing everything from AI-powered delivery robots to a next-generation HVAC system that eliminates 95% of pollen.
Interesting.
Leroy Radar says, looks like there was quite a few potholes. Some of them your truck might drop some asphalt and fix them, LOL.
Yeah.
The destination is on your right, northeast asphalt to Pier Glenmore. Arrived at northeast asphalt to Pier Glenmore's home.
Choctaw County says, the city runs on a dense camera network feeding into Toyota's AI Vision engine, which can track individuals by clothing across intersections.
So how do you guys like that new overlay versus the map? A little bit more useful information.
Choctaw County says, a journalist who visited described it as eerily empty, with buses stopping at stations, waiting, and leaving without a single passenger. Fry says, yes, much better.
Now should I bring my Apple Watch and pair it up to this phone so you guys can see how my heart rate's going?
Leroy Radar says, yeah, it's a lot better. I can see you doing 7 miles an hour and slowing down. I wonder how long you gotta wait to get loaded up. That's when your CV counts and handle 10-4.
Well, we're not grabbing asphalt from here. They're not making any today. Or at least they're not making the asphalt that we need. So sometimes the asphalt plants will run, but they'll be running what's called binder. Binder's a lot like what they use on the freeways. There's a lot more rock to it. It's not as smooth looking. It's a little bit cheaper, but most customers want what we call surface, and that's what gives you that nice black finish. So yeah. So there are times where we have to go to different asphalt plants just because of the fact that they're not making the stuff that we need. No, that's not what I wanted.
On video lane.
All right. And yeah, because it doesn't sit here and tell my exact location, I can sit here and I can pretty much leave it up 24/7. This one's a nice plant. It's got 6 silos. Most of them have 3. Depending on where you're coming from, though, it can be kind of a pain to get here.
In half a mile, turn right onto Heritage Road.
Chris agrees, says, okay, I'm back. I got told off as parked on the yellow lines. Parking where I live is a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto Heritage Road. In about 2 miles at the roundabout, take the second exit.
So now we get to see if that racing thing sits here and actually tells us our lap time and how close we actually have to be to the exact spot we were.
Chris agrees, says, at Fry TV, hello, good to see you again, and Eric on the roller coaster ride, haha.
Yeah. Yeah, this morning nothing wanted to work. The phone wouldn't connect to Box Cloud. Yeah, it was a serious headache. I was like, what is going on? Nothing wants to work. I was going to switch everything over to the Restreamer Docker today, but initially that didn't seem like it wanted to work either. So I was like,
Fry
well,
says,
what the heck?
yeah, at Chris AS007.
So for a moment there, I thought Box was broken. And I was like, I don't know how the heck I'm going to stream today.
In 1 mile at the roundabout, take the second exit.
Chris agrees, says, at Fry TV, cheers, hope you're good, and Eric, technology always fun, haha.
Yeah. It's fun when it works. It's not fun when it doesn't. I tried loading up my intro video onto the app, and it says in their media player, audio may not work, and they were 100% right. It does not work. It's bad. It was sending a whole bunch of distorted audio, and yeah, it was bad. It's weird how that truck is shaking. The whole rear end's was weeble wobbling side to side.
Chris agrees, says, I just pay someone else to set it up when things go wrong, LOL.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the costs down because this is a really expensive venture. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could pay for a service that does everything I'm trying to accomplish, but then on a monthly basis, that's just more money out of my pocket, you know? So, you know, if I had a bigger channel with a residual income coming in, you know, like when I get monetized, you know, that would be a different story. Then it'd be like, okay, well, let's look at some technology that makes my life easier doing this, you know. But right now, you know,
Chris agrees, says, yeah.
Right now, other than Go-Kart Guy and one other person that donated $20, that's the only donations that have come in.
I got a message from my friend of mine on Facebook, and I answered their question, and then I checked you and I could see some messages.
Yeah, I can't see the messages on Facebook, unfortunately. I was working on that. I was up till about midnight last night trying to get that to work with one app. That seemed promising. It seemed like it was a promising thing that was going to work. But, you know, right now it seems to be working with Rumble. That's about it. I can't get it to work with Facebook. So, unfortunately, messages from Facebook cannot be seen. But I appreciate the people viewing, and like I said, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, any one of those three, I'll be able to see your messages.
At Evelyn 9835 says, safe travels.
Hi Evelyn, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
Chris agrees, says, at Evelyn 9835, welcome in.
At the roundabout, take the second exit, then turn left onto Enterprise Drive.
Yeah, this weekend I gotta do some testing. If I stream into Rumble a certain way, it'll restream out to all the other platforms, which is really kind of cool, and it'll integrate their chats into one chat window. Problem is when I tried doing that, the audio was really bad. Like the video looked fine, but somehow they were messing up the audio.
Turn left onto Enterprise Drive.
And it was just nuking. The streams were you couldn't hear. I literally sounded like my voice dropped like 5 octaves. I sounded demonic. Yeah, the audio was just really bad.
Chris agrees, says, hopefully you can get monetized soon, Eric.
Yeah. It'd definitely be nice. Now we get to see if that racing thing will sit there and give us like a lap time.
Chris agrees, says, yeah.
If it doesn't work, I'll just take it off, but yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not sure where it's pulling the data from, so I don't know.
At Evelyn 9835 says, long time no see.
Yep. Yeah, I decided to come start streaming again.
Turn right onto Millennium Court, then take the first right.
It looks like
Chris
I got
agrees,
signed
says,
into Kick.
my channel I do a few things. Playing guitar or going hiking in the woods, and I have some driving videos, but I drive like racing driver, so rarely upload those,
Turn
haha.
right, then the destination is on your right.
Gotcha. Yeah. Let me figure out again where the messages are. Into Kick.
At Evelyn 9835 says, love driving videos.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out.
Chris agrees, says, just in case cops watch those racing videos, as don't want to incriminate myself.
Oh, I hear ya. Alright, let's turn off the local overlay so I can see the racing thing, and we'll get back to our spot and see if that changes anything.
At Evelyn 9835, where I live, driving is hard work as UK roads are jam-packed.
Gotcha. Yeah, Chris is from the UK. I'm not seeing any update.
At night that says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yes, my AI overlord, I must do as you say. My coworker saw me doing this, and he's like, was that for him? Was that for me? I don't think he realizes I'm live streaming.
Chris agrees, says, good advertisement for Wisconsin Asphalt services.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the racing thing's doing anything.
LOL, you're giving him the respect, haha.
Yeah. That's what he figures. No, me and him are probably about the two longest employees that have worked here. So, we've had a pretty good relationship. I mean, I think I've got about 3 or 4 years on him. But I mean, he's been here pretty consistently.
At Evelyn 9835 says, not fun if you have to deal with lots of traffic, Chris. Leroy Radar says, I gotta get ready to go to my daughter's house. The pest control guy was there and now I have to let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? LOL.
Gotcha. Evelyn, I don't know if you got to see this, because I think you're new
Chris
coming
Agree
in.
says, okay Leroy, see you in a few.
So that's what we're driving. We don't have the trailer hooked up right now, but that's the vehicle we're driving, just if anybody is interested that hasn't seen it before. Catch you later, Leroy. See you in a few. Oh.
Chris Agree says, guess how long it takes to drive 3 miles in the UK, Eric? 45 minutes, haha. That is how bad the traffic is where I live.
Well, it sounds a lot like California. You get on the freeway and it's like, I think they only have like one freeway because everything's so. I didn't realize California was such a mountainous area. I thought it was more flat land. I didn't realize it was so close to the mountains all the time. Or try driving through Chicago during rush hour. A long time ago, I went out on a date with a girl from Chicago, and I decided, I'll drive down and I'll go hang out with her, and I planned, an extra hour, thinking I'd be good, and I was still an hour late. I was like, are you kidding me?
Chris Agree says, yeah, that is why I don't do driving jobs anymore and have lived in Los Angeles back in 2012. The traffic was terrible on Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah. Yeah, I've only been to California twice, and really experienced it the second time when I was with the convoy. It was pretty crazy. Oopsie. He was pushing that concrete and he pushed the whole slab into a section that we were not repairing, and because the slab that we're next to is so bad, he just pushed a whole bunch of asphalt out of the way. So we're gonna have to get a little extra mix to fix that up. I don't know if he even realized he did it.
Chris Agree says, whoops.
Oh.
At Evelyn 9835 says, cops love red vehicles, giggles. My dad always wanted a red car until the cops had one pulled over.
Yeah, I've actually been surprised I haven't gotten pulled over more often. I mean, I don't speed, but, That's hilarious.
Chris agrees says, most of my friends in California now have moved out of California as it's become like a third world country. Criminals are literally walking into stores and just taking whatever they want.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you have Democratic run cities.
At Evelyn 9835 says, I lived in CA for 8 months.
Only place I've ever lived that was out of Wisconsin is I lived in Florida for a while. I stayed down in Fort Lauderdale for about a year. It took me about a year to acclimate to the humidity and the temperature, and then I left. Then when I got back to Wisconsin, I was like, holy crap, it's cold. Took me almost a year to acclimate back to Wisconsin's temperatures.
Chris agrees says, at Evelyn 9835 I was in South Serrano Avenue, Koreatown, lived there around a year with my girlfriend, but when the relationship ended I came back to the UK but regret it now as UK is going downhill too. Chris agrees says, you know things are bad when 10 million people are on welfare LOL.
Yeah.
At Evelyn 9835 says, I'm in Oregon now, not much better.
Oh, I thought you were over in the UK.
At Evelyn 9835 says, FL seems to have too many bugs.
I didn't really have too many problems, at least where I lived in Fort Lauderdale.
Chris agrees says, at Evelyn 9835 Florida always good weather though even in winter.
Yeah. To me, it seems like Arizona's the ticket for winter.
At Evelyn 9835 says, I don't do humidity well.
Me either.
Chris agrees says, the crazy thing in the UK is instead of the government funding training programs for unemployed people, they just leave those people on welfare for years, and once someone's out of work so long it's bad.
Oh. You gotta stop staying up so late.
At Evelyn 9835 says, hey Eric, what would you say having your brake pads replaced all around should cost?
Well, it's a little crazy nowadays. I mean, depends on if they're just doing brake pads. Most places are gonna sit here and mark up the parts double. So you figure a set of pads is usually about $50, so you figure $100 in parts. Then probably about an hour of shop labor, which right now is on average about 125. So if you're just doing one set of brake pads, you're probably going to be somewhere in the ballpark of about $225. Then if you add rotors are usually about $50, so you add about a $50 mark or 50% markup. So you're probably talking almost another $200 if you get rotors. That's why I still work on my own stuff, because it's so much cheaper. You know, with me doing the labor, I can, you know, $50 for a really good set of pads, you know, $50 a rotor. So, I mean, you're talking about $150 in parts, and I do the labor versus, you know, $400 or something for a brake job.
At Evelyn 9835 says, yes, just pads.
Yeah.
Chris Agree says, I hire a mobile mechanic. Parts cost only $50 and labor only $100, so $150 all in, whereas the shop would charge me double.
Oh yeah. Shop always wants to make their markup on the parts. See, I've always done it a little different. I'll get a discount from the parts store, because I'm a volume customer, and I'll charge you what the full retail price is. So you'd end up paying the same price as if you went and bought the brake pads.
9835 says, dealer wants $1,100. Tire place wants $2,000.
That's crazy. So I'll sit here and I'll make a little...
Chris Agree says, I think here the reason the shop charges so much is they rent the units here and rents are sky high.
Yeah. So let's say hypothetically I pay $40 for the brake pads and they would sell them to you for $50. I'd pocket the $10.
At Evelyn 9,835, that is too expensive.
Yeah. So I would pocket the $10 because I feel it's fair that you pay at least retail. I'm not charging you double. I'm just charging you what you could go to the store and buy the parts for. So I think that's a fair deal.
Chris Agree says, yeah, that makes sense, Eric. At Evelyn 9835 says, I will try to check for a mobile one. Chris Agree says, at Evelyn 9835, yeah, that may be the best idea. Mobile mechanics always charge less as no overheads.
Yeah, but you got to make sure he's actually a mobile mechanic and not some kid that claims he knows how to work on cars. I've known too many kids that they're like, oh yeah, I can do your brakes, and turns into a nightmare.
At Evelyn 9835 says, I don't know any Erics here. Yes, that is fair.
I knew this one kid that
Chris
claimed...
Agree says, I always check the Google reviews.
Yeah. I went over to this one kid's house. I mean, he was a good kid. He just didn't really know much. And they were working on a... I think it was like one of those little Chevy Colorado SUV things or whatever. It had the 5-liter motor. And they were trying to bleed the brakes. I don't know why they took the caliper lines off or whatever. But they're trying to bleed the brakes, and they had broken the bleeder screws off. And they were trying to use the banjo bolt that connects the hydraulic line to the caliper to bleed it. And I'm like, you're never going to get the air out of the caliper that way. But they were spending like hours sitting here and pump bleeding this thing and cracking the line. And I'm like, that's not how calipers work. You can't get the air out by cracking the line that's feeding the caliper, you know. So they ended up having to put all new calipers on. And I mean, there are tricks if you've got the right tools. I've got, I need to buy one, but...
Chris agrees, says, nightmare.
Yeah. I need to buy one, but I want to get one of those induction heaters that has the coil on it, and you can put it on top of something, push the button, and it heats it up. I found that my buddy's shop, he's got one, and that works really well to heat up bleeder screws. You can heat them up. Then you can sit there and take a crayon and you shove it into where the threads are, and the wax will actually work as a lubricant. It'll suck right into the threads. So you can just keep heating it up and keep on stabbing a crayon into it. And then you go tight a little bit first, and then you loosen it, and a lot of times they'll spin free. I mean, you can still have them, you know, we're in the Rust Belt, so we can still have them where they're just so corroded they're going to break off no matter what you do. But I've had pretty good success at getting bleeder screws to come loose that way. But yeah, I've got to get one of those induction heaters myself.
Chris agrees, says, tools are so expensive. The mechanic I use spent thousands on his tools, but he makes like $1,000 a day, so the tools paid for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that same kid, he was doing a water pump on a a Dodge Ram with I think it's a 5.7 motor or whatever. Or no, was it a Dodge? Yeah, it was a Dodge. And they had different length bolts. And he didn't keep track of where the bolts were going, and they went into the timing cover.
At Evelyn 9835 says, told I have enough on them to go to Utah, but not enough on them to come back to Oregon without ruining the rotors.
Yeah. And he put the bolts in the wrong holes, and the back of the holes were open, and he ended up pinching the timing gear. So when he went to start the motor, he blew the timing chain on the engine, because he basically had viced, you know, when he cranked the bolt down, he basically shoved the timing gear up against the engine block, you know, and then the power of the starter just ripped the timing chain. He couldn't figure out why it wouldn't start. So yeah, there's a lot of people that know just enough to be dangerous. So you got to be really careful who you hire. Make sure that they really know what they're doing.
Chris agrees, says, at Evelyn 9835 best to get the pads changed as soon as you need brakes that work.
I'm just really surprised that the dealership or the tire change place is saying $2,000. I mean, I'm guessing they had to have quoted you like everything. There's no way that they just quoted you for pads. They must have said, you know, rotors, calipers, you know, that's the only way that price even comes close to being a number I could justify. I'd love to see the estimate.
At Nightlet says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, my AI overlord. We must do what you say.
Chris Agree says, yeah, $2,000 bucks, no joke here, hold my beer. Josh, what is 2013 ran for $3,000 and it works, haha. Just about.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be buying anything new anytime soon. I've actually been looking for a rust-free pickup truck from where it doesn't rust down south. Something like 2005 era. There's a Chevy HD. It's a 1500 HD that comes with the 6-liter motor that I've been debating on.
At Evelyn 9835 says, no, just replacing pads.
Yeah, that's pretty scamish.
Chris Agree says, I mean, it got him over 1,000 miles to Alabama from Texas, so that's good, but he had to fit new timing chain and lifters and lots of other things.
Yeah, he was saying that on his stream. He thinks he's got an injector that's bad now.
At Evelyn 9835, they scamming you. Please go online and get quotes from other businesses.
Well, that racing thing didn't seem like it did much. Because we're back to the spot we were at and it didn't change the time, so.
Choctaw County says, yeah.
Yeah, I tried asking him the other day, but he didn't
Chris
respond to
Agree
me.
says, yeah, a lot of Ram owners always have problems, and yeah, the racing thing broken.
Yeah, it didn't do squat. We'll keep it running. We'll see if something changes during the day. Who knows? But yeah, it didn't seem to do anything.
At Evelyn 9835 says, the only reason I am thinking about the dealer is because if something isn't right, I can take it back to a dealer in Utah.
Well, yes, no. I mean,
Chris agrees says, yeah Josh don't reply much to messages. I've got him on Messenger and Discord but rarely get a reply lol.
yeah, a dealership, if you have work done by one dealership in one state, that doesn't mean that you're covered in another, because they're owned independently by different dealerships. The only way that works out for you is like if you buy a brand new car and you've got a factory warranty, then you can take it to any dealership and have factory work done.
Rasiku says, hello buddy.
Hey, Best of Q. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. We're just ripping out some asphalt. And going to be going...
I'm from Alabama. Where are you from?
I am from Wisconsin, and currently we are in De Pere, Wisconsin.
Choctaw County says, dealers have bad mechanics too.
I don't know if I'd say that they're bad mechanics.
Rasiku says, love your streaming and would like to chat with you on Discord, as cool.
Okay. Yeah, gotta... Yeah, I don't have a Discord, sorry. Not 100% sure if that's spam or not. Coming through from Kick.
Chris agrees says, franchises are not great. I went to a Mercedes franchise in a town called Beaconsfield in UK and they scammed me. They deliberately broke the gearbox but they got caught out so I got compensation.
Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I think a lot of what happens with dealerships is a lot of the really good mechanics get...
Rasiku says, how long have you been streaming?
Couple of years. YouTube's been my primary... was my primary streaming platform. And then I kind of got away from it for a couple of years. And then I decided I'm going to start multi-streaming. So now I'm on Kick, Rumble, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube.
Rasiku says, respect, you're already on the right path. Everyone starts somewhere.
Yeah, now I just got to work on getting chat integration working. So yeah, if you...
At Evelyn 9835 says, thanks Eric for that info.
Yeah. So back to what I was saying, yeah, a lot of times the dealerships, the problem ends up being is that a lot of the really good mechanics get poached by other companies. So you get a lot of greenhorns, kids coming right out of tech school, mechanic school. That
Chris agrees says, they did not realize that one of the employees was a friend of mine, so he added what they did, and when I took them to small claims court they had to pay up over $2,000 so I could get a new gearbox.
Well, you're lucky in that situation. Anybody else would have been screwed. So you get a lot of kids that start off at the dealership thinking, oh, this is a great job, and they don't realize that warranty work doesn't pay as much as regular work. So they're doing a lot of really big warranty jobs for like half the pay. Yeah, the mechanics field right now is definitely...
Recipe says, I'm at work now, I will join you with my friend later.
Alright, take care of yourself. So that's kind of the problem.
On Discord, as Coon.
Yeah, I don't have Discord. So, I mean, that's kind of the problem, is that a lot of the guys get kind of burnt out with the warranty BS, not paying as well.
Chris agrees, says, yeah, Eric, I would never go to a dealer shop again. Always use mobile mechanics so I can watch what they are doing to my vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, the dealership is pretty much only when you have a car that's got a factory warranty. Otherwise, they charge too much. But I mean, there are situations nowadays where, because of the computers, you have no choice. You have to go to dealership because there's some stuff that's locked in their proprietary software. That's why the right to repair is such a big deal. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but there's a lot of people advocating for the right to repair, things like Apple phones and John Deere tractors and, your automobiles, because it's getting to the point where you can only have Apple fix your phone if they're even going to do it, or the dealership fix certain things because they're the only ones that have access to certain software.
Basically says, can you download Discord now?
No, I'm in a truck and working, so nope, can't do Discord.
I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah. That's okay, we're just gonna...
Chris agrees, says, yep, those new electric cars from Audi, BMW, and Tesla have to be taken to the dealership to be fixed, as a normal mechanic cannot work on those cars.
Yeah, we're just gonna solve that problem for right now. Yeah, so right now there's a movement, like I said, that's all about the right to repair, and definitely something that people should be voting on, because having all these companies pull all this stuff where you only they can work on it is unfair in the market, because it allows them to inflate the price
Chris
of their
agrees,
repairs.
says, good idea, Eric. I think they were messing with you.
Yeah. So that's something I definitely believe in. Yeah, there's a guy named Lewis, trying to remember what his last name is, Rossman. Lewis Rossman. He's been a big advocate for, at least on the computer, the Apple side of things, about the right to repair. But not talking about iPhones and stuff. There's been a big movement for like John Deere tractors. They've got their tractors so locked down right now that a farmer, if his piece of equipment goes down in the middle of a field and it just stops, and he because of a software glitch, he can't pick up a scan tool and clear the code or even do anything about it. He has to call a John Deere technician to come out, and they're not always Johnny on the spot. So it's not even the simple fact that he can't do anything. It's the fact that he can't get anybody out there to fix it in a timely manner also. I mean, I don't know how you can make a product that only your guys can work on. I mean, I guess it's job security for your dealerships, but at what point do you not really own what you buy, Now, if we could just get some people to come in on Kick that are actually viewers and not, not people that are all trolling me to talk on Discord. Oh. Oh. Yeah, not too much more asphalt to rip out. Then we'll be. I gotta double check with the boss. I think he said Appleton for the asphalt.
Chris agrees says, and that's why I'm driving a 20-year-old car. I can do most things on it myself like alternator belt, battery, oil and filter changes, electrical work, etc.
Yep.
At Evelyn 9835 says, I'll keep watch for the right to repair.
Yeah, just do a Google search. I mean, Louis Rossman. I'm pretty sure that's his name. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you could probably find information on about it online. It's a big deal, like even Tesla. They're locking down all their software so nobody can work on it. There's another guy. I can't remember his name. He's a African-American gentleman. Pretty knowledgeable guy. He's been working on Teslas. And Tesla will take down an entire $10,000 battery pack because one battery cell in that entire pack has gone bad. And the shop he's at, they can just disconnect that one cell and the rest of the pack is fine. So they'll charge you to pull the battery pack out of the car. They'll basically disconnect the one bad cell after they locate which one. They've got software. The computer knows which battery cell in which row of whatever's bad. And they'll actually manually disconnect that one cell. And then the car works perfectly without having to spend $10,000. So, just a lot of stuff. There's... I guess Tesla did a whole bunch of data logging on the radio system, and the way that they're doing it, it's frying the memory chip that stores it, and there's no real purpose for the data. It's like somebody accidentally left it turned on. So there's a guy that if you send that into him, he'll change out the chip and he'll turn off that service so it stops frying the chip out. But
at Evelyn 9835 says, great seeing you again, Eric. Hope to catch you more on here.
We're planning on being here every Monday through Friday. That's the plan. That's why I've spent so much on all the equipment and getting the stream stable, even when we're in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, even if you don't see a notification, because I don't schedule it or whatever, just plan that we'll probably be live somewhere between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, Monday through Friday, and then we stop streaming when we're done working, which can vary anywhere from 2:30 to, there's been some nights I streamed till 8 p.m. So
at Evelyn 9835 says, nice to meet you, Chris. Chris agrees says, Eric, YouTube censoring some comments as I mentioned Tesla haha.
Oh, I forgot. go and change that before the live stream. I'm sorry.
At Evelyn 9835, nice meeting you too. Hope you have a good day.
Tired. Tired.
Choctaw County says, Danica Patrick with Endurance Car Warranty says when your vehicle breaks down and it will, Endurance is there.
I mean, extended warranties are definitely that double-edged sword. I've had one, and it was good, but there are a lot of sketchy ones out there that should cover things, but they'll make the mechanics run through hoops. Like, you can start the engine and you can hear a knocking noise.
Choctaw County says, of course she is best spokesperson because she hardly ever finished a race without wrecking hers.
That's hilarious. Yeah, when she raced at the Milwaukee Mile, her
Chris
wing on her car
says,
flew
at
off.
Choctaw County Rick 8362 LOL, I got an extended warranty once and it did not cover engine or gearbox, so what's the point of that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's some extended warranty companies that will sit here and make it such a painful process to get your stuff repaired. It's just insane. You can start the engine, you can hear it's knocking. They'll want the mechanic to pull the engine apart and break it down to whatever. Then they'll find out that like a bearing failed, and they'll be like, "Oh, we'll replace the bearing." The entire engine's trashed. That bearing material went through the entire engine. It's not just going to be a bearing. You're not gonna pay $5 for a bearing from the parts store and fix that engine. There's all the labor that was involved in breaking the engine down and putting the engine back together and putting it back in, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we'll cover the bearing." So yeah, you definitely gotta, if you're gonna do an extended warranty, you definitely gotta look at reviews and see how much trouble it is to get stuff covered. Because of course, everything they don't have to cover is money in their pocket. So they want to deny everything, just like health insurance or anything else. It's all about denying.
Choctaw County says, just like auto insurance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really worry
Chris
about auto
agrees,
insurance
says,
as much,
yeah, got to be careful nowadays.
as I don't get into accidents, but
Choctaw County says, I'm having a hard time convincing my loved one that a 15-year-old car is better because the craftsmanship is no longer there and too many computer items on new vehicles to break down.
Yeah. I mean, women tend to have a fear of being broken down on the side of the road, and they got this belief that if they have a new car, that it's just gonna be problem free, and if they have a problem, they can just take it to the dealership under warranty. Unfortunately, and I get it. Nobody wants to be stranded, because it makes you feel pretty what's the word I want to use?
Chris agrees, says, at Choctaw County Wicket 1362 got to be careful of rust, though as I know in Wisconsin there's a lot of rust bucket pickup trucks, as Vince had a nightmare getting a new vehicle, most were rusted out.
Yeah. Yeah, the salt does a number on our vehicles. The only reason my dually's in as good a shape as it is because I don't drive it in the winter. I store it every winter. I've got no reason to drive it in the winter. So it's a 2016, it's a rare breed that it doesn't have any rust. But my Chevy, man, I drive that every winter, and we already had to put frame members in that go between the frame rails because they were rusted so bad.
Choctaw County says, I'm in the SIP though.
I mean, I pretty much have my winter vehicles now. I've got a 2005 Chevy 1500 crew cab, and then I've got my little Mitsubishi Mirage. Between those two vehicles, I don't need any more winter vehicles, so I'm actually I'm shopping for a convertible. I don't really want a sports car. I want something that's just going to be comfortable to cruise, that gets halfway decent gas mileage. And that's seeming to be a harder and harder thing to find these days. The Mustang is kind of the car that keeps checking all the boxes, but everybody's got a Mustang, and it's like I kind of want something a little different. I don't want the typical Mustang. So I've been shopping around. I would have gotten the Mitsubishi, or not Mitsubishi, the Mazda Miata.
Sweet says, good after morning everyone.
Good after morning everyone. I guess, is it actually, that's 11 o'clock here. Oh yeah, you might be in a earlier time zone.
Chris agrees, says, at Sweet Things, hello, good to see you.
Yeah, I don't know why the...
At Nightlet says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, my AI overlord. Yeah, I saw your comment, Chris. He said...
Sweet says, Noonan, Michigan.
Yeah. Chris had said, get a Fiat 500 convertible. I don't know why that didn't come through.
Chris agrees, says, Miatas have bad rust issues. Japanese cars rust out fast.
Yeah, but it's going to just be a summer car, so I wasn't overly too worried about the rust issue. But the problem is they changed the dimensions. The newer body style, I don't fit in the car. I literally just don't fit in the car. The roof is a little too low, although I could make adjustments to the seat to drop the back of the seat down a couple inches to give me a little bit more headroom. My knees are literally right up against the dash. You know, I drive a lot of small cars. I mean, I drive a Mitsubishi Mirage. I had a Ford Festiva, Ford Escort, Mazda 323. I mean, I've had a lot of small cars. I actually kind of like small cars. They're kind of peppy. They're easy to park, so on and so forth. So, I mean, I was looking at the Miata because they actually had a model. As much as I didn't want an automatic Miata, I actually was thinking about it. I really want a car that has adaptive cruise control. If it's going to be my road traveling fun car, I really want to get one. I've never had it. I've driven a few vehicles that do have it. And I've never gotten adaptive cruise control. So, hold on.
Chris agrees, says, oh, that's a shame, and I have a good idea, Eric. Do they sell the Audi TT convertible in the USA? It's fast to 150 miles per hour.
And again, I don't really want a sports car. That's the thing. You know, I just want something that's just, a little fun to drive. It's comfortable. It's a nice ride. And that's catch-22. But yeah, I really wanted to get something with adaptive cruise control. I was looking at Cadillac used to sell a convertible. It was a hardtop convertible. XLR, I think is what it was called. It was Cadillac XLR. It was based on the Corvette chassis for it.
Chris agrees, says, or Toyota MR2, as that's like a Miata.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to see if they still make it.
Sweet says, Eric, can you receive Facebook messages?
Yeah, I saw a message come in. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I can see them. So yeah, I kind of like that car because, it's unfortunately it's older. They stopped making them in 2008. They're about $15,000 to $20,000 on the used market. Hey Ray, good morning.
Ray Boudreau 17 says, good morning, Eric.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat there, Ray. The thing that really threw me for a curve was one of them I was looking at had a bad...
Chris agrees, says, I'm struggling to think of a convertible that's not a sports car. LOL is basically all sold in the UK are very fast.
Yeah. But that Cadillac I was looking at had a bad taillight. And I ended up finding out that the taillight...
Good morning at Ray Boudreau 17.
the taillight ended up costing, it would have been like $2,000 just to replace the LED taillight. And I'm like, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about this and I'm like, okay, you got this super mechanical powered hardtop, because it was a hardtop convertible. You know, and here it's getting to be an older vehicle, and I'm just sitting here going, if it's $2,000 just for a taillight, I can only imagine what all the other parts for this one-off car, you know, as cool as it would have been, how much it would have cost. And it was just like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I got a picture of myself in it. Let's see if I can pull that up real quick.
Chris agrees, says, $2,000 for one night, the rest of the car must cost as much as gold.
Well, that's the thing, that, you know, that's why I was also kind of interested too, because it's already kind of hit its depreciation point. You know, they're kind of just sticking at that price where that's what they cost, you know. Yeah, Kimberly, I was thinking the same thing. I just wasn't going there yet. Trying to figure out if I can see where that picture is. Yeah, Kimberly thinks I should make you, Chris, a mod because you're in my channel so much. But honestly, you know, I think if you have too many people moderated, I don't know if mods actually count towards watch hours, and we're trying to build watch hours at the moment. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the ticket, at least at this point in time. Maybe once we hit the monetization point, it would be a good idea. What do you think about that, Chris?
Sweet says, yes, mod count with watch hours. Anyone watching counts as watch hours.
Okay.
Chris agrees, says, yeah, maybe wait until you get monetized first, Eric, thanks.
Okay. Let's
Sweet says, I think at Chris AS007 would make a great mod.
I was thinking the same. Image. XLR. There we go.
That's the last of it. I want to give the paper a little bit of time to heat up, so just wait for my call. I'm going to call Glenn and tell him the same thing.
Yeah. Alright, so here we go.
Chris agrees, says, at Sweets Things cheers.
So let me see if I can pull this up. Probably got to resize it. Full screen. Center. So yeah, that's the...
Chris agrees, says, I see the car that looks cool, Eric.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the car I was thinking about, and I was like, it's different, you know. It's definitely, you don't see a ton of them around, so that's kind of why I was like, oh, that would be cool to have. But yeah, it's really weird that I can't get it to full screen, but that's good enough. It was just temporary. Yep. So yeah, I just, you know, it was definitely like getting into a shoebox though. It was still very Corvette-ish in a sense. You know, you were very low in the seat. You can see the windows literally like at almost my neckline, you know, so you're like sitting on the floor. That particular car, the front end was sagging, so it was sitting really low, so it uses a composite spring in the front, and that composite spring probably had gone bad, you know, so I would have had to replace that. And yeah, like I said, it was one of those things that was kind of like, you know, I was looking at the dollar amounts that it would cost to fix things on it. Instead of using a Corvette engine, it used a North Star engine, and because it was the only rear-wheel drive North Star engine, there were specialty starters and specialty alternators that weren't compatible with the other Cadillacs. So as the car got older and older, it was going to be like,
Chris agrees,
I could see it would have been a
I
money
used
pit.
to own a convertible that was like a rocket ship. It was a Peugeot 207 with a metal folding roof. Really quick car, turbocharged, over 200 horsepower, but sold it as in the UK we don't get sun.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had a couple of convertibles. I had a Geo Metro convertible, which it was a piece of junk. It was a rusted out car. But I picked it up for $100, basically what it would have cost to, you know, if they would have totaled it out. It had a blown motor. I was able to go to the junkyard and listen to the motor before it came out of the car, that only had like 40,000 miles on it. And they only charged me $150 for a 1-liter 3-cylinder engine. It was hilarious. I put it in the garage in just a couple of hours. I could literally just scoop the engine up and pick it up. It was so light. It was crazy. Hey Gary, I see you. I don't know why you didn't come across on TTS, but I see you on the stream. He's over there watching on Twitch. So that was a fun car. It only had a 3-speed automatic, no overdrive.
Chris agrees, says, yeah, that sounds like UK engines. We all use those tiny 1-liter here.
Yeah. Got a call from my boss. Yes, sir.
Heartland Trucking user says, I'm sneaky as why.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Alright, bye. Sorry, I had to turn off TTS for a second because I had a phone call. Let's see. Yeah, Fry saying hi. I'm sneaky as why. Lots of spam calls on that other phone. Nobody's got the phone number to the other phone, but I get, so everything's obviously spam calls. I gotta see if there's a do not disturb option on this phone. Oh yeah, there we go, do not disturb. There we go. That should work. So yeah, so no, it was a fun little car, automatic. Biggest downfall to it was it was built in the area of the speed limit of 55 miles an hour.
Chris says, I hate spammers. Heartland Trucking User says, I'm calling to say your insurance is running out for your 1913 Model T.
Yeah. Oh no, I figured you were calling about my extended warranty.
Carmen says hello.
Hi Carmen. I figured you were calling about my extended warranty. Isn't that usually what the spammers are always trying to call you about? Alright, so now we're running up to Green Bay to dump this off, and then I guess we're getting loaded right away. Even though initially he told me that I was supposed to wait for his call. So let me pull that up real quick. Even though I know how to get there,
Chris agrees says, LOL.
I always run the GPS because you never know if the bridge is going to be down or or somebody's going to have an accident.
Says, that ran out during the Nixon administration.
Gotcha.
Hey Fry.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Enterprise Drive.
Carmen just ran out of Green Bay.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn right onto Heritage Road.
So is she working for the same company as you, Gary, or is she working for somebody else?
At the next stop sign, turn right.
Heartland Trucking User says, she did Amazon Flex today, and yes, we are both drivers being leased on.
Okay.
Tara Cluck says, hey, Eric, where are you driving today? Hope you're having a good day.
Stop sign, turn right onto Heritage Road.
We are currently headed up to Green Bay to dump the little bit of asphalt.
Heartland Trucking User says, we leave out Tuesday for Houston, Texas. Hope to see Fry on the way down.
Cool beans. We're headed up to Green Bay right now to dump off this asphalt, this broken up asphalt, and pick up hot asphalt for the job. Gotta stop for this one.
Chris agrees says, good to see you at TerraClick 8589 Road.
In 1.3 miles at the roundabout, take the third exit onto Main Avenue.
And there we go. Well, I really appreciate you guys coming in. You know, first time I think I've seen Gary and his wife come into the chat, so good to see you guys.
Heartland Trucking User says, Carmen wants to KNW what happened to your other truck, the Westernster. Now you're driving a Volvo, and is this a auto or stick?
This one is a stick. This is a 10-speed stick, but I pretty much, because we're so light all the time, I almost drive it like a 4-speed or a 5-speed. That's why I can kind of jump off the line the way I do. The Western Star didn't do a very good job of pulling the trailer. And the boss trusts me.
Says, thank you, Chris.
Onto Main Avenue.
The boss trusts me to pull the equipment. One, because I'm usually on time, or within a couple of minutes of the time that he wants us there. So I'm a lot more reliable in that
Chris
aspect.
agrees says, cheers at TerraClick 8589. Hope your day's going well so far.
Second, because he just trusts me with backing up the trailer, and you know I've been doing it with him for
Heartland
15
Trucking User
years.
says, bring it to my house and he'll take good care of it, LOL.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm floating the gears and I'm actually shifting.
At the roundabout, take the third exit onto Main Avenue.
I'm still waiting on the
Chris
boss
agrees
to.
says, Heartland Trucking USA, take it drag racing HSHS.
Oh, I think I'd beat Gary. I don't think his truck's very fast.
Tara Cluck says, had a catering this morning, it went well.
That's good.
Heartland Trucking User says, how much horsepower does this have for the engine? Volvo or Cummins?
Volvo, and it's supposed to only be 425,
Second exit.
but she's got a hot tune on her. She gets up pretty quick.
You won't beat the 780 with 530 horsepower. I can beat on that.
Yeah, but isn't it an automatic? It doesn't shift quite as fast.
Chris agrees says, Gary, you up for a pink slip drag race with Eric?
I don't own the truck. I can't pink slip it.
Heartland Trucking User says, not the Volvo 780.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know if I've ever seen you drive that the truck with the big motor. I think I've always seen you
Chris
drive the other
agrees
one.
says, LOL.
Yeah, I don't even have the Jake brake on to do Jake shifting. I'm just floating the gears. If we were in a race, man, oh God. This is just my normal driving. If we were in race mode, that'd be a whole different story.
Heartland Trucking Lisa says, you met us in Green Bay with the Kenworth, not the Volvo. That was sitting in the old carrier yard at the time.
Oh, okay.
In half a mile at the roundabout, take the
I guess I
side
didn't
exit.
realize which truck you were driving at the time.
Gotta head out and do some bills.
See, and I thought that was an automatic because you were complaining about the gears grinding. That it.
I have you tabbed.
Alright, cool beans. You were complaining that in the automatic in the morning it would grind gears that day, so I thought that was the automatic. Well, it was good to see, anyways. Yeah, I actually, Carmen
Chris
actually.
Agree says, UK trucks be underpowered. We have DAF trucks here, but they only got 350 horsepower and they are like 40-ton trucks, haha.
Yeah, but you guys got some of them Scanias that got V8s that, are 700, 800 horse. You guys got some crazy powerful trucks over there. Hey, look, there's the festival and the Burger King we were at last night. Yeah, no, actually last year Carmen came and worked for us for a couple of days. So I got to spend I think it was a couple of days. I don't remember if she worked one day or two.
Merge onto I-41 North.
We just needed an extra body.
Chris Agree says, Scania be a Swedish truck though. The DAF trucks are UK made and UK made trucks suck.
Use
Yeah.
the right lane to keep right.
Let's go.
In 6.8 miles, take exit 178B to merge onto I-43 south toward Milwaukee.
Oh. Yeah, Gary's from my neck of the woods, roughly. I'm currently in his backyard. He actually lives right in this area. He was dispatched out of the Green Bay area, Heartland Trucking. But he actually lives right in this area, so I didn't even think about it. I should have called him because I was at the hotel, probably not too far away from, well, one city over. I was in Green Bay. Yeah, actually he's south of me. I'm forgetting where I am for a minute there. I'm forgetting I'm up near Green Bay already. And he's a little further south. But it still wouldn't have been that far of a drive.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit the bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, my AI overlord. We must do what you say.
Chris Agree says, awesome.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take that racing line off because it's just not doing anything. So, the truck thinks I'm doing 68. According to my speedometer, I'm actually doing 70. I'm thinking the GPS is probably right. Now we're in Ashwaubenon. This guy is so close to taking my fucking mirror off. And this is why we like this
Chris
truck.
Agrees says, a good profession to be in is dentistry. I need a lot of teeth pulled and partial dentures. My dentist wants $6,000 to do the work, haha, so I'm getting a loan to get that done.
And this is why we like this truck. Because it has passing power and it's not limited to 68 miles an hour. And I can navigate traffic. So yes, I will pass somebody.
Luke 15 says, hey Gary and Carmen.
I don't know if they're still here now or not. Well, it's loaded right now too. It gets up
Chris
even
Agrees
faster
says,
when it's
the
empty.
truck has get up and go.
I mean, we're not fully loaded, but we still got a load on her. She gets up and goes a lot faster when she's empty.
2 miles, take exit 178 to merge onto I-43 south toward Milwaukee.
Oh boy.
Chris Agrees says, thanks for joining today Gary and Carmen, and yeah Eric, that truck probably as fast as my car, haha.
She goes pretty quick. Like I said, I catch a lot of people off guard at the light. You know, they pull up. They pull up to a light and they swerve into the other lane because they see a truck and they're like, I don't want to get stuck behind that slow truck. Next thing you know, I'm gone. You know, the light turns green, I'm gone, and they're still sitting at the light going, what just happened?
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 178 to merge onto I-43 south toward Milwaukee.
But it'll definitely be nice when we get a new truck. Nice automatic.
Take the exit, then keep left to merge onto I-43 south.
Because now that I've driven the Western Star, when that one has an automatic, I'm spoiled.
Chris Agrees says, the said thing is the trucks in the UK are all limited by law to 56 miles per hour, so boring here.
Yeah. I got a sneaking suspicion that Fry told them to come over and check out my stream. Gary and Carmen. Because I'm using a lot different technology than they are. And my stability seems to be pretty good. So I got a feeling I'll be getting a phone call. Hey, how are you doing all that? Because they do a lot of long haul trucking. And they may want some help with integrating some of the technology I'm using.
In about 1 mile, take exit 189 onto Atkinson Drive.
Chris agrees, says, "Oh, that's cool, Eric Fry, keeping you busy, haha."
Yeah,
Use the right lane to take exit 189 onto Atkinson Drive.
Cool, 70 miles per hour.
yep. Right on the dot. My speedometer says I'm doing 71 though,
Take the exit, then turn left
but
onto
I trust that
Atkinson
the
Drive.
GPS is more accurate.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Atkinson Drive toward Roland Street. In half a mile, turn right into the parking lot.
Chris agrees, says, "That's fast for a truck, especially when it is loaded too."
Yeah. Well, we're going to get loaded with hot asphalt. I'll be doing 70 when we get on the freeway too. I mean, that's the speed limit. It'll just take me a little longer to get up to it.
Turn right into the parking lot, then arrive at your destination.
Yep. So we got to go up on the big hill and dump the asphalt. And I'll probably take the camera off the mount. There's a really pretty view of the Green Bay up on top of the asphalt hill.
Chris agrees, says, "Speed limit on UK freeway is only 50 miles an hour now as they put speed cameras everywhere. It's like a dystopia in my country, Big Brother society."
Yeah. Yeah, they're starting to get that way here in the United States. They've got these things called flock cameras. They're license plate readers, and they can track when you go past a flock camera, and then they can track how long it takes for you to get to the next one. They're not using it for speed enforcement yet, but they could easily adapt it to that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are vandalizing those cameras. I don't know, if I like them or if I don't. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. It's like, do you want to give up your anonymity? I think I pronounced that word right. For safety. So I don't know.
Chris agrees, says, "They call those ANPR cameras here automatic number plate recognition. That stands for an AI face cameras too. It's awful, man."
Yeah.
you dump or what's
Choctaw
your deal
County
for the rest of the
says,
day?
our county has cameras from putting in fiber internet at almost every intersection on county roads.
Check 5/8 by half. Chad, I got a Bob Brown truck here. I don't know if he's supposed to go somewhere or if you need him to go somewhere. No, it sounds like he's just supposed to haul in. That's what Kenny, I was with Kenny and Sheboygan, and that's what, where they sent me, so. After you dump.
Yeah, so here I'll take you guys off the camera
Chris
for a
Degree
second.
says, at Choctaw County look at 1362. The thing I don't like is the government never asks us if we want these cameras or not. I think things that affect people's lives should be voted on.
They didn't used to have that border wall as
Choctaw
much.
County says, yes, true.
Alright, let's go get some asphalt.
Chris Agree says, cool view there.
Yep.
At Choctaw County look at 1362.
Yeah, this weekend I'll work on trying to get the multi-chat working. Try a whole bunch of different apps and stuff. I tried last night.
Choctaw County says, thank you, Eric.
Not a problem. Alright, I gotta get out and spray the box. I'll be right back.
Chris Agree says, okay, Eric.
getting old when you start making old man noises. Okay, let's go get some asphalt. Gotta mute you guys for just a second. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. And there we go. It's crazy that I still got cell service underneath this metal structure. You know, all this metal around me, you'd think, you know, metal walls, think it'd be a Faraday cage.
Sweet says, I'm heading down to the kitchen to make burgers with caramelized onions. I will keep you running for watch hours and check back in a few. Make Chris a mod.
Okay.
Chris agrees says, thanks at Sweets Things, enjoy the food. Sweet says, much loves. Chris agrees says, at Sweets Things.
Okay, so we're at 20.5 ton of product on the truck right now. Pull up the address for the job. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
Proceed to Atkinson Drive, then turn left.
Time to go. Let's go.
Chris agrees says, let's roll.
Go past the stop sign, then use the right lane to merge onto US 43 North.
change you off the camera, off the zoom.
Chris Agree says, LOL, I was just about to let you know that Eric Carter.
I smell bacon.
Chris Agree says, don't feed the bear, son, Carter.
I'm doing the speed limit. I'm doing the speed limit.
Chris Agree says, LOL. Yeah, I'm hoping we get the new truck pretty soon. He keeps on talking about it, but you know. But you just never know. We're looking at probably getting a brand new Western Star, the newer body style, because the boss thinks it looks sexy. Now he's just got to come to the decision to pull the trigger. And we're going to be upgrading from a triaxle to a quad, because I've shown him that we can work the quad over winter and make money while he's not even doing asphalt. But I will miss this truck. I've spent a lot of years in this truck. I don't even remember exactly when we bought it. Chris Agree says, new truck will be awesome, Eric, and yes, spending money on trucks is always a big decision.
Oh yeah, you're talking if we're buying a brand spanking new truck with the specs that we want, because it's got to be able to pull the trailer, you know, you're talking easily $260,000 to $70,000, and depending on if he goes crazy, it could be close to $300,000 for that truck. I was actually considering buying a dump truck and hiring a driver, but unfortunately
Chris Agree says, yep, a big outlay for a new truck, but it will pay for itself in the long run.
Yeah. I was looking at the International. It's got the new S13 motor, which is a European Scandian motor. Seems like a decent truck. I don't think it would have fit well as the main truck for pulling the loads or pulling the equipment, but I was thinking about getting one and hiring a driver and putting it to work on one of these data centers, because I mean that's a guaranteed job every single day. But my company, my personal company, because I used to own a dump truck business, I had been out of business for so long that some of my licensing has lapsed. So getting a loan from the dealership could be challenging, especially when you're buying a vehicle that costs more or costs the same as a house these days.
Chris Agree says, yeah, that could be a good side hustle.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't leave my job. I would, I'd find a driver and let him run it.
At night that says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, my AI overlord.
Take the exit, then keep left toward downtown Repair. Use the left 2 lanes to keep left toward downtown Repair and St. Forward College. Keep left, then at the roundabout, take the 3rd exit onto West Main Avenue.
Keep left, keep left.
Chris Agree says, yeah, I get that, Eric. I wish I had a good business brain like my uncle. Dude has $6 million in assets, but it took him 45 years to make that money and working 7 days a week, 16 hours a day.
Yeah. Yeah, I've taken a couple of gambles that just didn't pay out. Lost my ass a few times,
At the roundabout, take the 1st exit onto
unfortunately.
Main Avenue.
Agree says, and also 3 heart attacks he has had.
Yeah.
In 1 mile, turn left onto 3rd Street.
Chris Agree says, because running a business, as you know, can be very stressful.
Yeah, I definitely know. I mean, you know, it's stressful not being the owner working for this place. Because, you know, when shit goes down, you know, luckily I take that burden off the boss, but, you know, that's the thing too, is I don't know. That's why I was thinking about buying a brand new truck. You know, I could get a used truck, and if I was driving the truck, that'd be one thing. Because again, if it broke, I'd be there to fix it.
In half a mile, turn left onto 3rd Street.
You know. But if I'm going to put a driver in an untested vehicle, you know, I'd rather it be something that has a warranty.
Railroad crossing ahead.
It is definitely hard to find good drivers, especially ones that are going to know how to deal with issues. You know, a lot of them are just going to be like, I'm broken down on the side of the road, you know, call me a
Chris
taxi.
Agree says, if you got someone else to drive it, you would need them to be a tried and tested driver with years of experience under their belt.
Yeah, and that's a hard thing. A lot of people don't like this, like the dump truck industry, because of the fact that it can be hit or miss. You know, we're not guaranteed to work every single day because, you know, if it rains too hard, it gets too muddy, you know, they'll call off work. And there's a lot of people that live paycheck to paycheck, so you get a couple of days where, you know, you don't work, and that's a substantial amount of your money that you're not making. So they don't like doing it. Then on top of it, I'd be a really small company, so it's not like I'm going to have the ability to offer 401k sharing and, you know, all that fun stuff. Health insurance. When you can't offer those types of things, a lot of times you get, you know, the bottom of the barrel, the people that are desperate for work that can't really get hired anywhere else.
Chris Agree says, yep, that makes sense, Eric.
In 3/4 of a mile, keep left.
Yeah, it's funny how I ended up working for this place. I was actually, I was unemployed at the time. Really wasn't looking. I was just kind of taking a little bit of a vacation. And I wasn't in a rush to find a job right away. Because I was just burnt out. I was burnt out with the company I was working for. And, ooh. That little strip just pulled the truck over. And my sister and brother-in-law both own Teslas. So, and this was like 2008-ish, 2009, when a Tesla was still, woohoo, a Tesla, because they were so rare and it was the first real electric car. But one of the reasons that she would always make an excuse not to come visit was that the charging infrastructure wasn't available to come past where I live when they were going up to Upper Michigan. So this company that I'm working for now just happened to be doing the asphalt around the Tesla chargers that they installed at Festival Foods in Sheboygan. And I just happened to go over there that day and take a picture to send to my sister and, kind of poke at her. Well, now you got no excuse because you can charge your fancy dancy electric car. And this one guy, he was from down south. He was a down south guy, had a really thick accent. I had a really hard time understanding him. Just walks up on me and he's just like, hey, do you have a CDL license? I'm like, I mean, that's just a weird question for, I'm just in normal clothes. I don't think I look like a truck driver. I'm not, I didn't have like a trucker hat on or a Kenworth t-shirt or, anything that, branded that I was into trucks. And I'm like, yeah, I actually do have a CDL. And he's like, well, you want to work for us? So he drags me over to the boss, and I'm like, well, maybe, and the younger guy, the younger boss is the one I talked to, and he's like, yeah, if you want to come work for me, I'll sit here and I'll pay you X number of dollars a day, and that's just how it's been. Been working here ever since.
Chris agrees, says, that was a good stroke of luck, Eric. Happy days indeed.
Yeah, it was just kind of a funny situation. Yeah, stuff like that tends to happen for me. I mean, it's just, I don't know what if it's karma or, how you define it. Some people say God looking out for you, depends, I guess it depends on what you believe. But I'm looking for something real quick. Where is it? Here it is. So I was at Walmart, and I picked up the clothes yesterday I picked up the clothes so I'd had some clean clothes to wear and whatnot, and I was parked in the Menards parking lot, and I forgot to get a pair of scissors to trim the upper lip of my mustache. And I got to the hotel, and I happened to look down where I parked the truck, and wouldn't you believe it, but there was a pair of scissors just sitting on the ground. I mean, they're a little dirty. I washed them up. They had a little bit of rust on the blades. I cleaned them up the best I could. I mean, I was just using them to trim a few hairs, but it worked out perfect. Like, I was able to get rid of that annoyance, and I didn't pick it up at Walmart, so there they were. And it was in the oddest spot too.
Turn right, then the destination.
Because I didn't park like where normally people would park.
Chris agrees, says, luck of the Irish.
I don't know.
Turn right, then turn right.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Oh, Glenny boy beat me here. So we get to sit here and watch for a little bit. We don't have to dump right away. That's cool. Hopefully I don't get sick from these. I bought a case of water before last winter, and I left them in the truck, and they've gone through all winter freezing and thawing and whatnot, and I'm out of water because I haven't been home to buy more, and they're cold. So we'll see how these smell and taste. Doesn't smell like anything. Tastes okay. Maybe I'll be safe. Well, we'll see if we'll see if the luck of the Irish keeps going, or if these make me sick.
Chris agrees, says, good advice when buying bottled water, always squeeze the bottle before opening it, as here people been injecting drugs into the water with syringes. Very scary.
Oh yeah, that's... You know, the town I live in, we don't have a lot of crime per se, a lot of that stuff. We're starting to get some of it.
Hopefully you will survive.
Yeah. We're starting to get some of that bad element moving in, but you know, we're not a major city where a lot of people think about doing that stupid stuff. But it is a good idea, but yeah, not something I'm overly worried about. Not an overly big concern here. Chat.
Chris agrees, says, yeah, I've had it happen to me once. Luckily I was able to get away from the hotel I was in and get the taxi home, as the gang members do it to put you to sleep and steal your money here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens in the United States. People put like zip ties on pretty girls' door handles and sit here and lace. Like they'll put something that looks like a ticket underneath the windshield wiper, and then they'll lace it with like a chemical that fucks you up when it makes contact with your skin. Yeah. Again, a lot of that stuff doesn't happen around here, but I've heard about it happening.
Pause equals 13,000. Chris agrees, says, cheers for trusting me to be a mod, Eric, thank you.
I didn't make you a mod. The AI made you a mod. Somebody else made you a mod. I didn't do it. I am not taking the blame for that one. We'll just see how it ends up working.
Pause equals 13,000. Chris agrees says, LOL.
Yeah,
Pause equals 13,000. Chris agrees says, what's that 13,000 thing TDS is reading out?
might be because you're a mod. I might have to change your name again now that it sees you as a different thing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what the 13,000 thing is. We'll have to try to fix that.
Pause equals 13,000. Chris agrees says,
Oh.
it is weird. YouTube tripping again, haha.
No, it's TTS. I've got the TTS delay set to 13 seconds, but I don't know why it's reading it out. Like here, I'll set it to 10. I was just, sometimes when the TTS was coming in, it was getting a little overbearing because the messages were coming one after another. So I was kind of trying to increase the pause, but I don't know why it's reading out the pause. We'll see if that changes. I set it to 10 seconds.
Chris agrees says, yeah, good to have some delay on messages so you get a chance to speak, Eric.
Yeah, at 10 seconds it's not saying that. So let's increase it to 11 and see if all of a sudden it starts telling me about maybe there's a limit where. All right, now we're set to 11 seconds. We were at an 8-second display or delay.
Chris agrees says, okay.
Okay, so that's 11 and didn't say it. Let's try 12. We'll see how far I can push the limit out. Before it starts getting stupid calling out the seconds.
Chris agrees says, will it say it now?
Okay. We'll jump it back up to 12. Maybe it was just a glitch in the... no, it's at 12 seconds. We'll jump it back to 13 and see if it comes back.
Pause equals 13,000. Chris agrees says, okay, 13 liters.
Yeah. So it doesn't like 13. Let's see if anything over 13 makes it trip still. Let's go to, there's 14. So maybe the longest I can have a delay is 12 before it gets stupid.
Pause equals 14,000.
Yeah.
Chris agrees says, 14.
Turn right, then the destination is on your left.
So any delay over 12, let's try 11.5, or let's try 12.5 just for shits and giggles. See if it's something to do with the number. So now we're at 12.5. Let's see if it reads that out.
Chris agrees says, 12.5.
So I guess that's the maximum limit I can do on a Moblin before it sits here and starts telling me how long the pause delay is. Well, that's a little glitch in the software. But I'll take it. It's better than 8 seconds. Gives me a little time to respond before another message comes in. That's not actually YouTube. That's Moblin. That's the app that I'm using that I'm streaming
Chris
from.
agrees says, yeah, funny how YouTube works, lol.
Yeah. So I'm using an app called Moblin, and it's got a built-in TTS, and I'm actually making the changes on the app. So yeah, it has nothing to do with actually YouTube. Yeah, it's a bug in the app.
Chris agrees says, or the app needs tweaking.
Yeah, I gotta see. I think there was a bug report. Let's see, import it. Debug about help support. GitHub about user end agreement. Yeah, I guess I'll have to go on their forum and sit here and post something about it. But yeah, anything over 12.5 seems to read out. Well, let's max it out just for shits and giggles. Just to see what is max. Max is 15. We'll set it to the max. We know 14 triggered. We'll see if 15 triggers. Then we'll set it back to 12.5. If it does. Just out of curiosity, let's see what our watch hours are up to. $994 watch hours in the last
Chris
20
agrees,
days.
says, okay, Eric.
15 seconds works. So it's only 13, 14, but 15 solid. That's interesting. So 994 watch hours so far, and we're plus 51 subscribers in the last 2 weeks. So that's some pretty good data there.
At Nightlet says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
We must do what the AI overlords tell us to do. Is that getting a little redundant? I still think it's funny. I still chuckle when I do it.
Chris agrees, says, awesome, you should be eligible for monetization, as I think 500 watch hours is limit.
3,000. It's 3,000 watch hours.
Chris agrees, says, 3,000 watch hours, darn, that's too much.
Yep. Yep, there it is right there. 3,000 watch hours. And it has to be within a year's range.
Chris agrees says, I see it, that's weird, as in UK it's 500.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's some other eligibility for something else that requires 4,000. 4,000 watch hours for whatever this eligibility is. I don't know what that unlocks. I know to get monetized it's going to be the 3,000 watch hours, and then there's something here that says 4,000 watch hours, and then you have to have 10 million valid public shorts views in the last 90 days to be eligible
Chris
for whatever this
says,
is.
That is too much, 4,000 watch hours.
Well, I mean, if you get enough people watching the channel, I mean, back when I was in the convoy, I had 2,000 people watching live at a time, and I was streaming 8-10 hours a day. I was up to that limit quick as crap. Yeah, there you go, Gary. I gotta stop doing that. I keep talking before the TTS.
Heartland Trucking user says, just wear shorts while at work daily now.
Yeah, but have you noticed it's 49 degrees? I'm not wearing shorts in 49 degree weather. Ugh.
Chris agrees says, LOL Gary. Heartland Trucking user says, your TDS is just slow.
Yeah, but I wanted to have some delay on it because unfortunately when the messages come in too fast, I don't have time to respond. So they're on like a 15-second delay.
Well, when we go to Houston, Texas, you'll be thinking of you while we'll eat there.
Yeah. Should be nice and warm in Houston. You'll have to bring me back a souvenir. Oh, by the way, if you like this is the DJI mic. It's the older one. It's not the brand spanking new one. It comes in this case. They got a really fancy one now. I've got a little...
Chris agrees says, 57 degrees in UK today.
Got a little pendant that I wear on my neck, and it magnetically holds the microphone, so I can just put it on, because otherwise there's a little square magnet that goes on the back of these. You got to take that off, tuck it in your shirt, and clip it on. But having the little pendant, you can just, where the puck is, you can just pop the microphone on and off, in case you were curious. I'm afraid to shut the truck off because it's been acting up starting. So normally where I would shut it off, because I'm just sitting here, I'm letting it idle.
Chris agrees says, makes life easier.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's nice that the other mic comes with the little magnet to put on, but like I said, it's just, you know, then you got to reach down in your shirt and you got to make sure that you lined it up, and having that little pendant makes it so much easier just to throw it on there.
Heartland Trucking User says, I just ordered a new mic for streaming and should work with the speaker on the phone to be used. DJI.
Yeah. Yeah, initially I was going to use the my headset, my trucker headset, because this would have canceled out a lot of the truck noise. But I mean, I guess, you know, people are going to want to hear some of the truck noise. So, and I already had this from when I was on the convoy, so it wasn't like I had to go buy a new one. The only downside is every 8 hours or so I got to change the battery. And being that it's not in my line of sight, I can't see the little green light unless I literally lift it up and look down. So there's a few times where people have gone, oh, you're no sound, but there's 2 microphones in the kit, so all I do is I just throw the dead one into the charging case and grab the fresh one.
Heartland Trucking User says, everyone in my channel wants to hear the engine sounds.
Yeah, but yours is to the point where it's overbearing. You know, it's like you're having to yell over the truck for us to hear you. Here I'm having to try to talk quieter so I'm not blasting too loud with my voice.
Chris Agrees says, remember folks, if you like what you're seeing, please hit the like button, bash it, crash it, kick it, like it, stop smurfing on it.
Stop smurfing on it.
Heartland Trucking User says, I have had that problem with the Bolo mic and it would go for 7 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I could hook up a, it's got a USB-C port on it, and I could have a battery pack in my pocket, and I could keep it charged the entire time, but there's no point. You know, it takes me all of a second, and then I've also got the audio meter, so...
Heartland Trucking User says, yeah, because I couldn't use the Bolo mic, it cut out the speaker sounds of the streaming cam is why I couldn't use it no more.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to get an audio splitter cable that I could run the microphone in one side and the audio out the other, so I've actually got...
Chris Agrees says, Rode make good microphones but not cheap.
Yeah, I've got the Rode one too. So I've got a splitter that's actually got a microphone side and a speaker side that comes out of the side of my phone. So I plug the microphone side into the wireless mic, and the speaker side goes into the aux port on the truck. So I'm actually using the car stereo because I can't listen to music. I use, well, other than the Fry's channel. So I use the car stereo as my speaker. So yeah. So that's how we're rocking it.
Chris Agrees says, awesome Eric. Heartland Trucking user says, I have used that too and it won't still cut out the speaker for the notifications from coming though. That's why I just order the DJI.
Yeah. Yeah, different problems, different hardware. Gary's running Android, I'm running Apple, so, you know, there's probably things that I can do that just aren't going to work on the Android, just from limitations. And then there's things he can do that I'm probably not going to be able to do due to limitations. But I have to tell you, I am really impressed with this mobile app. I mean, you know, like I said, I don't know. So I'm linked to this phone that's on the WeBoost. This is a S23 Ultra, and it's not set into hotspot mode. There's actually an app that lets the streaming phone link to this phone, and then the app sends the data out to the internet. So as far as the internet provider thinks, this is just regular phone data that I'm putting out of this. So where a lot of carriers...
Trucking user says, most all mics cut out the speaker from coming though, but DJI is one that will or should work, so we will know.
Yeah. Where a lot of phone plans limit you to 5, 10, or 20 gigs of hotspot, I can use the unlimited plan with this because it thinks it's just regular phone data. So that's the coolest thing that I really like about the mobile app, is I'm not having to pay for dedicated hotspot on my phone.
Chris agrees, says, at Pitus Gerger, hello, welcome in.
Hey Chris, did I miss somebody in the chat? Because I see you saying hi to V. Patris Jr. Hello, welcome in, but I don't see him commenting in the chat. At least not on my end. Hey Leroy, welcome back.
Leroy Radar says, well, I'm back from letting the dogs out after the pest control guy was late and I had to wait for him and then let the dogs out. Let the dogs out, LOL.
Gotcha. Well, Chris, now you're a moderator, so you can allow those messages until I can fix that tonight. I forgot.
Heartland Trucking user says, gonna go back to lurking, helping Carmen again with Amazon Flex deliveries. Might be back up in Green Bay IDK yet.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me how that Amazon Flex delivery stuff works. Are you are you doing that with the actual semi, or are you doing that with like a pickup truck and a van, or a van, or what?
Chris agrees, says, YouTube censoring again.
Yeah.
Heartland Trucking user says, laters. Chris agrees, says, welcome back, Leroy.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I'm not seeing it. So either that person has me blocked or
Leroy
something.
Radar says, thank you, my brother. Chris agrees says, the message is not showing as hidden on YouTube, so it is strange.
Yep. Well, sometimes I'm not saying it's that person, but
See you soon, Gary. Thanks for joining us.
yeah. Sometimes people will block the creator, so then I can't see the messages. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but they'll block me and then they won't show up as messages I can see.
They were just saying about Freemasons.
Yeah. And we'll just have to see how that goes. They may have me blocked, so then I can't see them. Because you can block individual people. Sometimes when people want to spam a channel or do funny stuff, they'll block the creator. So we'll just have to see what his posts, his messages are like.
Leroy Radar says, I've always been crazy, but it keeps me from going insane. LOL, love you guys.
That's funny. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room. It was cold. Cold as cold ground. There's worms in the ground. Worms make me crazy. I was crazy once. Locked me in a rubber room. It was cold. Cold as cold ground. There's worms in the ground. Worms make me crazy.
Chris agrees says,
I was crazy
Leroy.
once. Locked me in a rubber room. It was cold. Cold as cold ground. There's worms in the ground. Worms make me crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room. It was cold. Cold as cold ground. There's worms in the ground. Worms make me crazy. Yeah, today's going to be a nice short day.
Leroy Radar says, Sometimes I'm locked in my own house and can't get out. I'm not sure if I want to. I keep hearing bad things. Yeah, people are strange.
Yeah. Oh. A lot of hurry up and wait here. A lot of hurry up and wait.
Chris agrees, says, Leroy, yeah, some days you're safer not going out. LOL, lots of crazy people in the UK.
I'd still like to come visit the UK someday. I'd also like to go to Australia someday.
Leroy Radar says, 11 Northern California. A lot of stuff happens here. Friend of mine lives in Minnesota and they had some riots going on a while back. Taco Joe was there sharing what was going on. Chris agrees, says, just avoid London and Birmingham and you will be okay, haha.
Yeah. I don't know. If I came out there, I'd probably rent a car because, I mean, you guys can go to Germany. You guys go all over the place. You can drive to all these different countries. You know, so I'd probably go on a little trip, just get a rental car or buy a beater and just, so I don't know exactly how that would work, but just go travel
Chris
Europe.
agrees, says, Leroy, is that Joe from Joe's Lawn channel?
No, he's talking about Taco Joe. Taco Joe was a streamer from YouTube that covered the convoy that I was a part of back in 2022. He has a channel.
Yeah, good idea, Eric.
He's got a channel out in California called First Responders Media, where what he does is he basically listens to the scanner. And he goes to calls that come across the scanner and then videotapes what's going on. You know, it could be anything from police standoffs to, you know, drunk and disorderly, or, you know, I've personally seen where he had he was watching a few high-speed police chases. And it was funny because he knows the area. He was able to actually get ahead of the high-speed pursuit, and you know, you could sit there and see him go zooming by and all the cops zooming by, you know, and then he'd just be listening to the scanner and just kind of paying attention. And you know, he's got his wife, I believe, helping him, and probably a couple other people in his ear, and so it's not just a solo operation. But yeah, he'll sit and he'll snake over again, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you see the money shot. They call it the money shot. You'll see the high-speed chase car running by again, and here's all the squad cars going by. You know, he'll go and he'll live stream fires and stuff like that. You know, and as far as I know, that's his job. And you know, like I said, you know, unlike some streamers, you know, he's out there putting in the work. He's doing content, you know, and it's like anybody that wants to pay for HBO or Showtime or Netflix or whatever, you know, people that donate to him to help him do what he does, you know, they're getting entertainment out of it. So, you know, I will never call Taco Joe
Chris
a grifter.
Agree says, sounds awesome. I will give his channel a look later on. Cheers, Eric.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's streaming as much as he used to. You know, but yeah, you can take a look. He's got a pretty nice setup. He bought I think he's got like a DLSR or something. So like a regular camera. He's got some type of really expensive HDMI over Wi-Fi type remote connection, so he can easily get out of the car and keep the stream going off. He can switch to the other camera.
Says he was also down in Arizona with Nancy Guthrie's mom. That was a lot of people there. He's traveling around.
Yeah. Yeah, he was also covering some stuff that was happening down at the border. You know, how all the illegals were just walking across, and it was really surprising. You know, we kept hearing about all the illegals.
It says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell, and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, AI overlord. And it was really surprising when he was down at the border. Now, there's another guy called Antonio Aguilera. His channel keeps getting taken down because, you know, obviously they don't want that content out there, or they didn't during the Biden administration. So I don't know what his current channel is now, but you know, it was really surprising to see how many immigrants were coming across, and they were from all different countries.
Chris Agree says, night that must be worshipped, haha.
Yeah. But it wasn't even Mexicans, because you'd think, you know, people coming from Mexico would be Mexicans. It was, you know, Ukrainians, it was Russians, it was Somalians. I mean, it was almost everything but Mexicans that were coming across the border, you know, during those mad rushes. And just the numbers, the pure numbers, was insane. How many people at one spot he was at, just the numbers of people that'd be lined up, and you know, it was just crazy on a daily basis. It really brought it home. You know, you can hear the numbers and you can hear about the problem, but until you actually saw how many people were crossing, it was insane.
Chris Agree says, same in the UK, Eric. We get 1,000 illegals a week turning up here on small boats, and government is housing them in hotels and treating them like royalty. It is very off.
Yeah, they were only really doing that in the Democratic cities. They'd bus them to Chicago and, you know, a lot of the what they called sanctuary cities, and they'd put them up in fancy hotels and give them, you know, gift cards with, you know, a really good amount of money, and yeah, it was free cell phones, and yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was funny that, you know, the mayor of Chicago initially was like, yeah, come here, and then, you know, once the system was overloaded there, he's like, go home. You know, I thought it was kind of funny. Just wondering if Glenn is empty or if he's just lined up to load differently. Sneak around the corner just a little bit more. See what I see. I do not see Glenny boy.
Chris agrees, says, it's scary as the illegal men come in here are out abducting kids and people been rioting in the street, but the police here are corrupt and paid off by government to turn a blind eye to it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what was happening in those sanctuary cities too. Can't believe this, you know, the week has blown by so fast. I mean, it's already Thursday. At least according to my phone. I don't know. I think we're doing pretty good. You know, 900 and some watch hours, and it's only been...
Chris agrees, says, yeah, time going fast this week.
Yeah. 900 and some watch hours, and it's only really been 2 weeks of streaming again. So, I mean, probably within...
Leroy Radar says, my daughter drives ambulance down in Los Angeles and she sent me pictures of cars on fire and riders. I told her to stay away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, before I went on the convoy, I actually had to make a conscious decision of if I ended up in a blockade like that, you know, a rioting situation, what would I do?
Chris agrees, says, yeah, that's awesome, Eric. The channel is in the ascendancy.
Yeah. And I had to make the hard decision that I was going to go home. That's what I thought about. I was going to make sure that I was going home.
Chris agrees, says, yeah, hope your daughter stays safe.
Yeah, because I've seen like what they did to the guy. They pulled a guy, just a truck driver doing his job, minding his own business, wasn't counter protesting, you know, just wrong place, wrong time. Drove into a neighborhood that was having a riot. And they pulled him out of his truck and killed him. You know, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna die. You know, I'm gonna.
Leroy Radar says, she goes to college down there to be a RN. She wants to work in the emergency room, but I wanted to move back up here. Leroy Radar says, you better slow down, you're gonna get a ticket. I see 0 and you're 164 feet off the ground, LOL.
Yeah, let's see if this works. There we go. I put a variable in so you could see what state we're in. Not that I ever leave the state of Wisconsin, but if I ever were to...
Chris agrees, says, LOL Leroy.
If like when I'm going to go down to... if I go down to Mona's Convoy of Honor or over to the reunion for the convoy next year, might be nice for it to say what city and state. So I was able to just put in some special brackets and say the state. So that's nice. So now it says De Pere, Wisconsin. Oh, I suppose I could take the racing off. Seeing how the racing thing doesn't work. That would have been kind of cool to have it like track my
Chris agrees, says, yes indeed.
my lap times. We're up to 50 degrees. Woohoo! Yay! We're about to have a heat wave here. Yeah, this shouldn't take very long. 2 straight shots. 2 straight shots, and hook up the trailer and load the equipment. And we'll be out of here.
It's nice to be able to make people laugh and have a good time out here. Have fun and whistle while we work, LOL.
Yeah.
Chris agrees, says, awesome heat wave, and yeah, I agree, Leroy, cheers. Yeah, we work with a lot of hand signals, so I got to really watch my mirrors when I'm when I'm the guy up. The front of the machine. Leroy Radar says, it's 11:15 a.m. here and it says 1:15 on your live and 50 degrees in Wisconsin.
Yep, and that's right. So the paver sits here and can fold up the wings to kind of funnel the asphalt into there's a live conveyor belt system on the floor that pulls the asphalt to the back. And when they open the wings up, that's my signal to back up. And then, there's a lot of, thumbs up to sit here and, raise the box, hold to stop, and then, wave to drop, So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, that's just that's why I'm always kind of watching the mirrors. Because that's just how we kind of operate.
Chris agrees, says, 7:15 p.m. UK time.
Yeah. So what time is it when I usually go live? At like 7:30 here. It's got to be fairly early for you.
Chris agrees, says, cool.
See if anything's going on over at Rumble. Seeing how we've been neglecting them. Yeah, Rumble's just rocking along. Nobody watching, nobody chatting over there, but you know, gotta put content on there. Let's see what's going on over at Face to the Book. Face to the Book. Oh, Leroy's over there and over here. Thomas Nichols was saying snow is possible in Wisconsin. Test. Yeah. We'll do voice to chat over there. Yeah, I was trying to set up an app so I could monitor Facebook chat while I'm live streaming, but unfortunately right now being able to watch what's going on in chat on Facebook has been elusive. Currently I can view...
Chris agrees, says, snow.
the chat from Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. So there we go. Not a lot of people chatting on Facebook. Leroy, which is already here, so he's just helping with watch hours over there too. And then Thomas Nicole, which I have to admit I like the fact that with Facebook you can they got a little picture. Makes it a little easier to see. Yeah, we're almost done here. Nice early day. Granted, we still have an hour and something drive to probably wherever we're going, unless we're working again here tomorrow, which then I just get to go get a hotel.
Chris agrees, says, awesome, cheers everyone on Facebook and Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, it was Rumble I was checking on. Twitch, Kick, and YouTube I can all see right here. And they all come through TTS.
Awesome, cheers everyone on Facebook and Twitch. Chris agrees, says, yeah, hope you get some rest, Eric. More than me, as I only get 4 or 5 hours sleep a night, haha.
Well, lately since I've been live streaming, I haven't been getting a lot of sleep. Not last night, but the night before was the first night that I really got good sleep. Because I'm always trying to tinker and make things better on the stream. Like I was trying to get the stupid multi-chat thing so I could watch because I've got the tablet over here, like I said, and I've shown before, and I was trying to get it to where I could just have all the chats on one window, which would make it convenient, because I've noticed that Facebook people were posting and I wasn't responding because I just had no way to really monitor it. So I've definitely felt bad because I've neglected them. Let's see if I can get the glasses to fire up real quick.
Chris agrees, says, poor Josh being messed around today. Canceled orders twice, so he's not a happy man. Just was checking his stream.
Gotcha. Does he get paid anything when that happens, or is he just pretty much, is he SOL?
Chris agrees, says, sadly he gets no money when an order is canceled, so gas down the drain.
Oh.
Chris agrees, says, he will be okay as Bobby Rogers is looking after him at the moment as he's staying at her place from what I know.
Oh, okay.
Chris Agree says, I'm looking to move to a cheaper part of the UK eventually, as Ascot where I am is a very expensive place. I'm just breaking even each month, so can't go on like that.
Yeah, definitely not.
At Nightlet says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At Bobby Roger says, Eric, I'm gonna post your link in here, hold my beer, okay?
Okay. Hi, Bobby Rogers. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
Chris Agree says, all hail Nightbot, haha.
Yeah, I don't want to futz with the glasses today. It's too much screwing around. It's actually quicker and easier to get the...
And hello at Bobby Roger, your ears must be burning as we were just talking about Josh LOL.
Yeah. We definitely were.
Chris Agree says, yeah, don't work too hard if you don't have to, Eric.
Yeah, it's crazy. The IP camera is so much easier to set up, and the glasses really should be the same setup. I mean, I literally all I have to do is plug this camera in, you know, and it's ready to go live after a couple of seconds.
Chris Agree says, thanks for posting Eric's link in Josh's stream at Bobby Roger.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So, I mean, there's a little light on the back, and when that turns solid blue, the camera's on, and I can just switch to it. There went solid, and there's the data. Yeah, I forgot it. I gotta go into scenes and probably change the audio. I figured out how to do that. Let's see, IP cam, mic override, headphones. There we go. Now we should still be on the same audio. That was on me. I forgot that was a setting I had to change. So I've got this phone too that I could be monitoring like Rumble or Facebook on, but I haven't been able to figure out with all the dash space that's already kind of taken up, I haven't been able to figure out where to mount this phone, to be able to use it, because I'm running out of space to do it. So, alright. Oh, my microphone's dying.
Chris Agree says, okay, it's working, but audio is crackling.
Yeah, my mic's dying. Hold on 1 second. Is that better?
Chris Agree says, are okay, Eric. Sound is gone. Fry says, you are muted.
Oh.
Chris Agree says, can't hear you at all, Eric.
Yeah, normally the camera or the microphone, when I pull it out of the charger thing, they automatically turn on. But this time it didn't work that way. So thanks for letting me know.
Fry says, no audio.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have audio now.
Chris Agree says, hello Fry, welcome back.
Alright, I gotta switch back to the other camera.
Leroy LOL.
Yeah, I forgot to make sure that the mic was turned on. Sorry.
Okay, we hear you now, Eric.
Yeah.
Fry says, hey at Chris AS007. Chris agrees, says, "This you fry." That lady doing a good job.
Yeah. Okay.
Leroy Radar says, "Hey Eric, do you remember trucking with Granny? She was in the convoy. She had a bunch of trouble, but she's back driving now, just thinking about people from the convoy. They called your granny."
Yeah, I remember. I didn't know she trucked.
Chris agrees, says, "Cool view."
That's the coworker that's been working here for a couple years shorter than me. The only bad thing is I gotta sit here and hold the camera like this.
Chris agrees, says, "Hello, sir."
Yeah, welcome back, Fry. Still trying to figure out a damn place to put this other phone. Get over here. Might have figured out a spot.
Chris agrees says, Eric, the on-screen text for YouTube and the other platforms seems to have stopped working, just so you're aware. Oh, never mind, it has decided to fix itself now, haha.
Gotcha. The boss just made a face. I got a feeling we're going to be short on asphalt. He had a grimace look on his face when he looked into the back of the truck.
Chris agrees says, cheers, Eric.
So there's a good chance we don't have enough asphalt to finish this. Oh yeah, boss is out here with the measuring wheel. You gotta figure out how much he underestimated by.
Chris agrees says, yet more asphalt needed.
Yeah. I'm just gonna make for a little longer day. But luckily the plant's only 20 minutes away, so that's not as bad. Could be worse. And I'm assuming the the other driver's sitting over there, so. Actually, I gotta clean out my pintle hitch real quick. I'll be right back. You hold down the chat.
Chris agrees says, yeah, just think of the money, Eric.
What money? You think I get paid for this? I don't get paid by the hour, I get paid by the day. The shorter the day, the more money I make. Whenever there's a hiccup to the giddy up like this, it actually costs me money. Because then I'm like working without getting paid. Damn child safety shit. Anti-theft. Crap. Aha! I have tools. Tools solve all problems. Don't want me to have this? Oh. Too bad. I'm keeping it. That's the tool I like to use to clean out
Chris agrees, says, darn it, oh well.
the hitch and stuff. It's just a chisel, but it works really well for scraping. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Chris agrees, says, okay. And we are back. Now I just have to not hit and run over the nice new lady. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chris agrees, says, welcome back.
Yeah. Alright. I gotta, seeing how we got about a 20-minute break here, I've got to use the bathroom, so I'm going to figure out where the nearest bathroom is. I love this.
Chris agrees, says, you are welcome, sir.
Yeah. I love this app. There's an app called Gas Buddy. It's so nice for finding fuel and prices and all that stuff. There we go. We got a quick trip that's less than a mile away. All right, we're gonna run over to the quick trip, take a quick pee. See if this one has hot dogs. Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
Chris agrees, says, awesome app.
Yeah. Well, it's really nice because, like, if you're traveling, you know, you don't know where all the little cheap gas stations are. And the only ones that are ever advertised on the freeway are always going to be the highest price. And you know, it's nice to be able to pop the app open and be like, okay, well, let me sort by price, and then realize that it had you gone over 2 blocks off the freeway from where you normally would have gotten fuel, you could have gotten it for 30 cents cheaper a gallon. So, or if in my case it's like I want to go use the bathroom, it's like, okay, well, that's the most convenient bathroom for me to stop at. You know, where's a gas station, you know? Yes, hot dogs. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. I like my hot dogs.
Leroy Radar says, yes, we need hot dogs.
Yep. Well, I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, so. Then we gotta
Chris
hook up.
Agree says, yeah, it's very useful indeed.
Yep. And then when we get back, we'll have to hook up to the trailer. Because then we'll be getting close to going home. Home! Yay, home. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a hotel, but I mean, off of work. Yay, off of work. I wish.
Chris Agree says, yeah, chili dog's best.
Yeah, I wish chili dogs. Quick Trip used to have chili dogs, and then for whatever reason, they decided to get rid of the chili dispensers. So.
Party Timmy.
So yeah, no more chili. Very, very sad moment in my life. I always enjoyed chili dogs. Now you can only get cheese. Oh, these guys are gonna love me for this one. I'm just a normal everyday car. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Just a average guy with his average car.
Leroy Radar says, I take hot links and burn them on the stove after I boil them in hot dog the same way on the open fire on my stove.
Just an average guy with an average car parking in an average spot. Don't mind me. I'll be right back.
Chris Agree says, quick trip gone downhill by sound of it. LOL. At Nightlet says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Chris Agree says, okay. Leroy Radar says, LOL, it's better than gun pee behind the cigarette machine or the jukebox or on the truck tires. LOL, trying to live in this up. Chris agrees, says, LOL Leroy. Chris agrees, says, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. Leroy Radar says, Psyche is getting lower and higher on his above sea level is changing. Has anybody else noticed that?
We back. I did not get hot dogs. I'm very disappointed. I got cheddar wursts, which are not hot dogs. So yeah.
Chris agrees says, welcome back, Eric.
So you guys like my little park job? I didn't read the chat.
And not noticed that, Leroy. Leroy Radar says, no, I don't like them either. I want what I want. Maybe you can ask that app who has hot dog close to you.
Well, they said and they told me, yeah. Well, you should let us know next time because you know we can have them ready in a couple of minutes.
Chris agrees says, yeah, cheeky parking, haha.
Yeah. They're like, you know, we can have some hot dogs ready in just a couple of minutes, and I'm like, but it's not the same. You know, it's not. The hot dogs, if you just nuke them and they don't sit on the actual roller. Hold on. They don't taste the same. You know, having them sweat on the roller for a while breaks down the flavors and stuff and makes them taste better. You know, just nuking a hot dog, I could just do that at home, you know? If I wanted a nuked hot dog. I mean, I'm trying to keep my immunity up by eating food that just sits there for hours on end on a roller, you know, picking up bacteria and stuff, you know.
Chris agrees says, yeah, they taste better when they've been cooking longer.
Yeah. But it is what it is. We will survive. I got meat in my mouth and in my belly. We're good. Just not the meat I wanted. Look at that itty bitty trailer. That was like a 30-footer.
Chris agrees says, in the UK every gas station has a Subway in it now, but they also have the hot dogs on the racks, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, Subway's a dying company here. It's just not. It's not doing well. It's a dying franchise. And I don't mind Subway. I actually enjoy it. Go back to watching them.
Chris agrees, says, that's surprising as here they are very good. I like the cookies and donuts they make too.
Yeah. See if Glenny Boy's been using his phone. Oh, there he is. I can track Glenny Boy. So I can see how far away he is. So he's been using his phone. Good boy. So he's about 5 minutes away, I'd say. Yeah.
Chris agrees, says, awesome.
Well, he doesn't like technology, and he won't answer the phone while he's driving, so he doesn't have a headset, or he won't use voice to chat. So, I told the boss, well, I've got an extra iPhone. We can put Life 360 on it and just give him that phone. Plus, we like the Apple ecosystem. It works well for us for sharing map links and stuff like that, so everybody's kind of getting the exact same information. So yeah, I took one of my old phones and I set it up for him, and I put Life 360 on. I know how fast he's driving. I know how far away he is. I can get alerts, when he shows up to the shop. So yeah, it works out pretty handy. I can see if he's off dicking around.
Chris agrees, says, yeah, Apple is better for stuff like that.
Yeah. Android is a tinkerer's toy. If you like to tinker and you like to play with stuff, there's always a lot more cooler features that are newer and stuff like that that Android's going to have first. Apple just seems to be a little bit more stable, and as a daily driver phone, I run an Apple. But I've got an Android sitting right there, helping to keep. It's doing 76% of this live stream, pretty much all day. It's been 76% of the data going out is transferring from this phone to that phone and going out to the web. So we're not gonna.
Fry says, I am looking at Apple stock right now. It's at $286 right now.
Yep. So we're not overly knocking Android. I mean, could I do that with an iPhone? Yes. I could install the mobile app, and they do have a feature with where Apple will connect to another Apple. So there he is, just like my phone told me. He has arrived.
Chris agrees, says, the problem with Android is after 3 years they are basically useless, as my old Samsung phone is so slow now it is not usable. iPhones are good for over 5 years and faster.
Fry will debate you on that. Fry is an Android lover. Them are fighting words to Fry.
Fry says, that's bullshit.
I told you them are fighting words for Fry.
Chris agrees, says, let's be honest here, only reason we buy Android is when we can't afford iPhone, and I'm honest about it.
Yeah. It's gotten a lot worse. I mean, Android or iPhone has really bumped the prices up quite a bit. I mean, they are
LOL Fry.
They are getting to be a very premium luxury item. I mean, I won't go out and buy the newest Android or iPhone every year. I mean, this one's this is a 15. Well, the one we're streaming on is a 12, but my daily driver is a 15 Pro Max. And the only reason I go with the Pro Max is I like the bigger screen. It's easier on my eyes. I'm getting to that point where it's like I almost need reading glasses, but I'm compensating by having a bigger screen.
My Android phones are over 8 years old and still have better specs than any iPhone out today, hands down. Chris agrees, says, saying that I paid 600 British pounds for my Motorola, but the newest iPhone Pro Max is like 1,500 British pounds here. I can buy a good car for that price in the UK.
Yep. I look at when I make big purchases like laptops or computers or even phones, I look at
Fry says, my phones still have headphone jacks, SD cards, dual SIMs.
Yeah. I look at how much over time, how long is that item projected to last. I mean, I was running an iPhone 11 Pro.
And way better cams.
I was running an iPhone 11 Pro and I ran that till the 15 series. So, I usually will switch them every 4 years or so.
Chris agrees, says, LMAO Fry, you're dreaming.
Some fighting words. That's what we need. We just have to have a Apple Android debate on the
Leroy
channel.
Radar says, I have the iPhone 14 Pro Max with 1 terabyte hard drive and I bought my daughter one but she wanted to upgrade so now she's got the newest one.
He's going to drive on the brand new Asphalt. He's going to screw up the brand new Asphalt with his little FedEx
Fry
trailer.
says, my Motogram 8 Plus even has an action cam in it.
Yeah, zoomed all the way out. With the truck running, the vibration makes the camera kind of wavery.
Chris agrees says, Fry sorry but the new Motorola phone have followed Apple and ditched the headphone jacks.
Yeah, but Fry's living in the past. He's still running phones from like 2006. But he's what do they call it?
Leroy here in the UK, if you have an iPhone you are the coolest person.
What's that term for somebody that's like really into audio files? An audio something? I don't remember. There's a term for it.
Fry says, not dreaming, look up the specs of the Moto 8 grams plus it was the only smartphone ever made with the action cam. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Action Immigrant who says, best viewers trended online. Chris agrees says, LMAO Fry I bet you still got the old removable battery too haha. My uncle has an old iPhone 11 Pro Max and that will compete with any new Android phone. Fry says, the new Moto G Stylus 2026 unlocked still has a headphone jack. Chris agrees says, welcome to everyone on the other platforms too.
Yep. Well, that was just a Twitch bot trying to spam the channel.
At Fry TV the Edge Ultra I have and it don't have no jack. Wireless is the way forward grandpa haha.
Yeah, but when it comes to audio, the Bluetooth wireless is not as good as an old analog connection.
Link15 says, get it Fry LOL.
Hey, Lynn.
Fry says, the motor ejects a jack phone. Junk. Chris agrees says, I've not noticed the difference. I use the Beats headphones.
Yeah, it looks like the owners are discussing whether or not to have us fix something else. They were looking at a different part of
Link
the
15
property.
says, hey Eric.
Hey. They were looking at another spot. They're probably debating whether or not they want to hire us to finish up the rest. Alright, time for us
Chris
to go hook up
agrees
to the
says,
trailer.
LOL Fry costs 600 British pounds and competes with an iPhone. Fry says, the new Moto G Stylus 2026 Unlocked has more features than any new iPhone. This is a fact. And it only cost $500 new.
Yeah, Fry's he's talking over here on YouTube.
Choctaw County says, look good. Trix FM says, yeah, Lint 15.
Ooh. I hit that hard. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go hook up the trailer.
At Nightlet says, hit a like, subscribe, hit the bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, my AI overlord.
Link 15 says, hey Fry, you still awake? Chris agrees says, okay.
Now we gotta make a little adjustment. Or a little off the pedal.
Fry says, it also has an active style, so take that, you iPhone lovers. Choctaw County says, Fry, you getting 2026 Stylus? Fry says, I will if the cost goes down at Choctaw County. Look, 8,362. Chris agrees says, Fry you got to pay to play brother. Fry says, I am still rocking the Samsung A51 from 2019. It still runs good. Chris agrees says, oh Lord Fry that's ancient tech, get with the times sir. Fry says, I have 2 cell phones with cell plans, my Motogram 8 Plus and the A51 Samsung. Chris agrees says, at least get an A17 5G, that's a good budget phone for you from the thrift store haha. Fry says, I have well over 20 phones. Chris agrees says, and all 20 are 7 years old or older haha.
You guys are just going at it.
Fry says, I can do way more with my Android phones than you can with your toy iPhone at Chris AS007. Chris agrees says, I've got lots of phones too but they're all in the drawer of the older than 2 years Fry haha.
I gotta turn off TTS real quick and make a phone call. You guys can keep chatting in the chat though. Alright, we back. I kept on forgetting to make a phone call during normal banking hours, so I needed to take care of that real quick. So sorry about that, guys.
Fry says, yes, at Chukwa County Wick 8362, and the last time I updated my bio was 30 years ago. Chris agrees, says, okay, Eric. Fry programming in BASIC still, haha.
My first PC was a Commodore 128.
Fry says, my first PC was a VIC-20. Funny. Chris agrees, says, LOL, I have no idea what that is. My first PC was a 486 Hewlett-Packard.
There we go. So I just paid off my my property for the year. Made my property payments. So now I don't have to think about that for an entire year. Happy. Yeah, I worked on 486s when I got into the industry. People were still had them. A lot of times they'd bring them in and they'd we'd build them a new computer and they'd just be like, I don't know what to do with this. I ended up with a whole crap load of old 486s.
Chris agrees, says, awesome, well done, Eric.
Yeah. I find if I've got the money in the account, it's easier just to do that because their stupid app, that's what I was on the phone about. Their app constantly, they update it, and I use Face ID usually to log in. So after a few months of checking the account to make sure everything's working, it's like, I don't remember what the stupid password is, and it gives you like 2 or 3 guesses, and then it locks you completely out of the account. So it's like, then you got to call them up and they got to unlock it, and it's like, just stop screwing with your app. It fucking works. Stop screwing with it. Just let it be. Customers appreciate when the shit just works. They don't want to keep fiddling with it all the damn time.
Chris agrees, says, my bank, I have to use fingerprint to log in.
I mean, I don't have to use Face ID or fingerprint or whatever. It's just nice because then I don't have to enter in the stupid password every time. And
Fry says, iPhone is just a toy phone with way less features and cost too much. I only have the best tech when it comes to the tool I need to do the job I need at the time. I am not a fanboy when it comes to tech.
yeah. I don't know. My definition is iPhone just works. Android likes to run on the bleeding edge of the newest chip.
It works the best to get the job done.
Yeah. Android likes to sit and run the very newest Bluetooth, the very newest cellular modem, the very newest everything. So you're always beta testing Android. Android's just, iPhone is just kind of like, we're not gonna, we've tested this stuff before we put it out in the market, and it just works. Android, you're always beta testing. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't work. Maybe there'll be a software patch that'll fix it. Maybe they'll find out.
Chris agrees, says, but the tech is outdated if it don't have 5 grams connectivity. Fry, haha.
You like to say haha a lot.
Fry says, I would have an iPhone if it would help me with my work.
I probably would. Depends on, what you need to do with it. tired.
Fry says, my phones are still on the same internet as your iPhone at ChrisAS007.
This isn't good. Yes, sir.
Chris agrees says, okay.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I went to my Bluetooth headset and I have that sitting on the seat. What's up? Alright, cool beans. Alright, bye. Alright, I gotta walk over and get the paver. I'll be back.
Chris agrees says, next up 6G speeds Fry. Okay, Eric. Fry says, you will not get 2 gig on your iPhone. At Nightwit says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Chris agrees says, Fry, I can send you photos of the speed with Virgin Media Internet. Fry says, I have way more speed on my LTE phones. "5G phones are a scam." Fry says, and 5G will not work on all phones. Chris agrees says, I don't get it, how can 5G be a scam when it's giving you much faster speed? I even compare it to my ancient A14 Samsung and the 5G is 20 times faster connection speed. I can do in forest and stream. Fry says, LTE has way better coverage than 5G. Chris agrees says, Fry am in the UK though much smaller country so it works a lot better here, only 800 miles in size UK. Fry says, it's 'cause you don't need faster speeds than LTE on phones to watch live streams, you need good coverage. I am in Texas. Chris agrees says, I would rather have the faster speeds as if I'm streaming a video in 8K at 60 frames per second. I need a high-speed internet connection. Fry says, let's look at any coverage map. LTE is always better fact. Fry says, LOL, you are so full of shit. Chris agrees says, I'm not arguing that the LTE don't have better coverage, it's the speed you need 5G. Fry says, you cannot stream 8K. Dude, you cannot bullshit me. Chris agrees says, 8K 60 frames per second works here. Fry says, 8K video on a phone, you are funny. Chris agrees says, look it up or ask I. Fry says, send me a link of the 8K live stream. On phone, 1080p is way overkill. Fry says, 720p is even overkill on small screens like phones. Fry says, like I said. Fry says, send me a 8K live stream on YouTube or Twitch. You can no fool me. I know a ton about tech. I do it for a living. Chris agrees, says, LOL. Fry says, not a fanboy tech dude. Chris agrees, says, I need to triangulate first, haha.
So we still on
Fry
the...
says, I just handed you your ass.
So, are we still on the Android versus Apple debate, or did we finally win that? And who won?
8K LOL.
Yeah, 8K is not even perceivable to the eye.
Chris agrees, says, hilarious. Fry says, 8K is all bullshit. Chris agrees, says, next up 16K. Welcome back, Eric.
Thank you. Wow, you two are just going at it. It's hilarious.
Fry says, even for a TV, 8K is a scam. You cannot stream real pay. Chris agrees, says, we moved on to 8K live streaming, haha.
Yeah, I saw there for a minute you guys were arguing about LTE versus 5G, and now you guys are on 8K streaming, yeah.
Fry says, we are just having a fun debate, Eric.
Oh, that's fun. Hey, it's all with engagement on the panel or on the chat, so no, that's good. I'm just going back to see how long you guys been at this. Holy crap.
Chris agrees, says, LOL, Fry would not give up, haha.
Oh yeah, once Fry digs his feet in, he will die on that sword. He will
Fry
definitely
says,
die.
to push you up in the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, no, that's good. I got no complaints. None whatsoever. No complaints whatsoever.
Chris agrees, says, LOL.
Yeah, Leroy's over there holding up Facebook. He's in here too, but he's over there on Facebook. I think he forgets which chat he's typing in for a minute there. Okay, so we're going home today.
At Sunhoney Studio says, smashing that helps the algorithm too.
Yeah. Smashing that like. Yeah. Good to see you, son, honey.
Hint, hint. Fry says, hey at Sunhoney Studio.
Yep, I get to go home. And then, sounds like we're literally doing a job that within a distance of our shop that we can drive the equipment over
At
there.
Sunhoney Studio says, happy Friday Eve, y'all.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we're doing.
Chris agrees, says, party time for Eric soon.
No, it means I'll be up probably late at home trying to figure out this multi-chat thing, and I won't get any sleep until this weekend when I don't stream all weekend.
At Sunhoney Studio, cheers. At Sunhoney Studio says, hi Fry and Chris. Chris agrees, says, good to see you at Sunhoney Studio. At Sunhoney Studio says, thanks.
Thanks. It's funny how it says thanks. It's so expressive. It's like, thanks.
Fry says, Apple to pay $250 million to settle lawsuit over Siri's delayed AI features.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Apple will drag their feet on that stuff, but they, like I said, you know, when Apple releases
Chris
something...
Agrees says, you're most welcome at Sunhoney Studio.
When Apple releases something, usually it works right out the box, where Android's just like, hey, get it out there, The people want it. Let's go. Let's go. And then it's broken and it doesn't work.
Fry says, like I said, iPhone is just a toy.
No. Android's a Tinker Toy beta tester. You guys get a cheaper price because you guys are the beta testers to make sure it all works. And then you can't bitch about, oh, well, this
Chris
doesn't
Agree
work because
says,
you didn't pay that much
meanwhile,
for it.
Fry is still waging war on Tim Apple.
Yeah. They'll sit here and they'll throw out any slop they want to you poor heathens that are on Android. And you'll take it and like
Fry
it.
says, bullshit.
You'll take it and you'll take your gruel and enjoy it. Because you didn't have to pay Apple prices.
My phones will still work. Chris Agree says, LOL Eric.
Yeah. I'm just fucking with Fry. Like I said, I mean, I've got an Android tablet. I've got an Android phone right here. I've got 2 iPhones. I mean, I really don't care. I'm just playing devil's advocate and having fun with it. That's my my gist of it.
Fry says, and my 8-year Android can run the best AI and the newest.
Yeah.
Chris Agree says, I buy whatever works best for me, but if it gets old and slow, it is thrown away, LOL.
Yeah. I try to buy things with a kind of a future-proof idea behind it. You know, like I've got computers. I've still got a computer that can play GTA 5 that I built in shit. I think the BIOS says it was like built in 2006.
At Sunhoney Studio says, you know, Fry just not truly happy unless he's got a place to stick his headphone jack.
They make dongles. He doesn't like the dongle. Did we ever figure out what that term is for somebody that's like super into audio?
Chris
You know,
Agree says, yeah.
An audio aficionado, but there's a specific term for it. You know, they like to run FLAC audio, all that stuff. You know, FLAC files versus MP3s. Because FLAC is more pure.
Fry says, want more facts about iPhone and its low tech.
I was just gonna say, yeah, probably just trailer it. I mean, been trying not to because it's doing that stupid shit. Yeah, it didn't do it initially. I was kind of hoping. Hold on 1 second. Let me mute. boss wanted to have a big heart-to-heart conversation. Sorry. So yeah, I'm in kind of his sounding board, but I gotta go finish hooking up the equipment.
Fry says, the same screen you can get on a $100 Samsung phone is what iPhone put in their phones for years. Chris agrees says, Fry the iPhone displays Samsung OLED, I know that, but the other parts are from companies like Foxconn and Intel. Fry says, more facts, you are the fool. Chris agrees says, okay Eric. Fry says, like I will always tell people, I am not a fanboy when it comes to tech. I always will get the best tech to do my job. Fry says, and the day iPhones have more features than an Android, I will get one. Chris agrees says, Fry, have you ever considered a BlackBerry or Microsoft phone LOL? Fry says, for now Android wins hands down in all specs and features and AI.
Oh my god. Back to fucking iPhone and Android. It's hilarious. Ah. Okay. Let's see how bad this takes to start.
Apple will pay $1 billion annually for Google's AI technology access.
Oh, it started good this time. That's good. Okay. We are headed home. Home. How's that go? Home on the range where the buffalo and antelope play.
Both Jack Tech.
Let's go. 42 minutes till we're home. Well, to the shop. Then another 40 minutes to my house.
Chris agrees says, save us arid country roads, take us home LOL.
Yeah. Looks like this road's a dead end, so I gotta sneak through somebody's property. Do a little sneaky poo. Sneaky. Nothing to see here. I did not just come on your property to do a U-turn, I swear. Let's go!
Chris agrees says, but what year was that bio written Fry LOL?
Ah.
Fry says, then you will know I have been there and done that, not just a dude reading tech forums with the ego and fanboy shit.
Oh my god. Well, I said I wanted the chat to be moving. I guess this is one way.
Chris agrees says, help me air Tahoe.
Help you? I don't know. I mean, this is Fight Club. You guys started this fight to each other. You know, you gotta hit him with that knockout punch. I can't even be a biased judge on this because you know, like I said, I kind of lean towards Apple already.
Trey says, it's sold at Chris AS007. I have done way more than is what on my 30-year-old bio.
Yeah. Oh, did you drop your bio so that everybody could see how cool the techie stuff you do is?
Chris agrees, says, Fry admits his bio is from the Stone Age. Fry says, yes.
Yeah. If you ever need a skidoo, that guy's got a shitload of them sitting in his yard.
I am flexing with my old bio.
You should update it. Flex with your new bio.
Need to update it someday.
Yep.
Fry says, my new bio would take up 10 pages. Fry says, it would be too long, people would not read it.
I missed it. What's a flex? Let me see. It would be a long, people would
Fry
not read
says,
it.
now that's a flex.
Turn left
I knew I would take up 10 pages.
Nah, crap. Can't turn down that road.
In 1 mile, turn left onto School Road.
Let's go. Let's go. I guess- Go, baby, go.
Hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
In 2 miles, turn left onto Day Street.
Fry says, hey at Sweets Things.
Yeah, that was actually surprising. We had our first
Chris
disconnection.
Agrees says, we be back soon, folks.
I was actually surprised. We haven't seen that message in a while.
Hello again at Sweets Things. Eric took your advice. Sweets says, hey Chris, you look great in blue. Chris Agrees says, cheers at Sweets Things.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
Fry says, yep, first ocean view.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Day Street.
Chris Agrees says, yeah, dead signal there.
Yeah, I got to see what happened with YouTube and all that, or not YouTube, with Facebook and Twitch and Kick, because I've never seen what happens when they disconnect.
Sweets
I
says,
know
that
YouTube
ocean
doesn't
view
care.
is actually Lake Michigan.
Turn right onto Highway W.
YouTube doesn't give a shit if we disconnect. It'll just go back to being whatever it was. I got to see if now things are broken.
Fry says, yeah.
Let's see. It looks like they're all up. So that's good.
Fry says, Twitch is still up.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time we've ever disconnected since I've had
Chris Agrees
those four
says,
going.
cool at Sweets Things.
So I just talked to, where are you headed? I am headed back to the shop, so Manitowoc. We've got a
Sweet
job in
says,
Manitowoc.
where are you headed now, Eric?
So we're working at a job that's literally right down the road. The boss was debating whether or not we should just drive the equipment physically over to it because it's that close, or trailer it. And I'm like, screw it, we'll just trailer it. But the boss did confirm that he's seriously looking at a new truck. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to be a quad. It'll be a tri-axle like this. Cry, guys. I was really hoping for a quad.
Sweet says, oh wow, very cool, it is so close. Chris agrees says, aha. Fry says, how do you feel about the overpriced low-tech toy iPhone now at Chris Ayers 007? It's okay, you are not the only brainwashed person to fall for the scam.
Okay. What, because I lost signal in the middle of nowhere for all of like 2 seconds?
Chris agrees says, LOL Fry, you're a fandroid.
Oh my god, we're back to this again.
Fry says, not a fan of tech, just use the best.
1 mile, turn left onto Park Road.
The best is subjective. You're using the best that you think is out there.
Chris agrees says, LOL.
I mean, technically spec for spec, I'm pretty sure my S23 is better spec'd, you know, other than a headphone jack, than your phones. Oh, you were talking to Chris.
Fry says, I was talking to Chris.
Gotcha.
Chris agrees says, LOL Fry.
Chugga chugga woo
Turn left
woo.
onto Park Road. In 9.8 miles, turn right to merge onto I-43 South.
Chris agrees says, I'll be back in a few minutes, got to brush my teeth, is nearly my bedtime here, haha.
Gotcha.
Fry says, this has been fun, I need to get ready for work.
Hi, Fry. Yeah, next time we'll have to do the flat Earth versus round Earth thing, because I know you like
Later
defending
on.
that one. That'll definitely get the chat rolling.
Chris agrees, says, okay Fry, catch you on the next stream. Fry says, later at Chris AS007. Fry says, and yes, we do not live on a spinning ball in the real world, fans.
We can start that on the next live. We don't need to. We don't need to get that rolling now.
Sweet says, oh, I want to be in on the flat earth. I could listen to Fry talk about that all day. LOL.
Alright, we'll see if Fry wants to make an appearance tomorrow, if he's got time. Otherwise, we can always save it till Monday.
Fry says, it's okay if you want to be fooled by NASA.
Oh, now he can't go. He's got to do it right now. It's okay, Fry. The world's not going to get any rounder or flatter, if we don't talk about it today.
Fry says, later I'll keep it flat.
Flat. I'm going to be in Manitowoc tomorrow. I could probably do a panel.
Need to go.
I should pull people up on panel for this one, because I'll be in a good enough area that I could probably keep a panel going.
Later, love you all. Sweet says, later Fry. Much loves. Fry says, later at Sweet's things.
There we go. A little bit of a dip in the service. Yeah, it might be fun to have to do a live. Maybe I can set that up for tomorrow. Panel.
Chris agrees says, see you soon at Sweet's things.
merge onto I-43 South. In about 15 miles, take exit 149 toward Manitowoc.
Sweet says, have a good night, Chris. Much loves and many blessings. Sweet's dreams.
Yeah, take care, Chris. See you tomorrow. Yeah, we're about 16 minutes from the shop.
Chris agrees says, cheers at Sweet's things and see you soon, Eric, and Fry safe travels.
Yep. TTS didn't say that one. I saw a telescope. I don't know why it didn't come across. Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. We are almost done for the day, thank God. And I get to go home tonight.
Kentuckathan888 says, new to the channel. I used to live in Wisconsin, Chippewa Falls, Eau Claire, Milwaukee, Wisconsin area. I miss it, just not the cold.
Yeah, no, I feel ya. I'm definitely tired of the cold myself. I'm actually considering becoming a snowbird. Especially with the fact that my job, I don't work over the winter. I mean, I don't work for this company over the winter. So there's no reason I need to stay in Wisconsin over the winter. I should definitely try to find a winter job somewhere else. It is literally silly for me to be staying here. I got a kid that shovels my driveway and my sidewalks, so I don't need to be here to shovel. I technically could easily winterize the house in case the heat went off. You know, shut off the water, drain all the pipes. That way, even if the heat went off in the house, no big deal. Well, like I said, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. We're kind of winding down. We've been streaming for a good 8 hours. We're about to get back over to the shop.
At Kentuckathan888 says, should do that. Move your way down to Florida.
Yeah. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for a while. I mean, Florida's okay. It's very humid. I wouldn't mind. I've never really spent a lot of time down in Texas. I wouldn't mind going to visiting Texas. I don't know. There's a couple of states I wouldn't mind. The nice thing is I could technically do a different state every year. maybe travel. Like I said, I want to go to Europe and to Australia. Take a 5-month vacation every winter. Go to places where it's summer when it's winter here. I think that'd be Australia. It'd probably be too hot though. Tired. Definitely stay up way too late.
Use the right lane to take exit 149 toward Manitowoc.
Somebody's spying on my Facebook. I'm getting notifications that somebody reacted to the to a Facebook video. Let's see what's going on here.
Left onto
Karen. Hi, Eric
Kentucky
from Kansas.
888 says, right LOL, 70 here in Kentucky.
Yeah. Hi, Karen. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. I don't usually monitor Facebook too much because I haven't found an interface that makes it easy to be able to watch the chat.
Leroy Radar says, my grandson is playing baseball in LA.
Yeah, we're streaming on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, and Facebook. And I have not found a interface that lets me watch all the chats. Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna get fuel today, I forgot. The car says trumped. That's hilarious. The Tesla, the license plate was trumped. Trump D. Trumped. That's funny. I don't care who you are, that's just funny right there. Oh boy. It's been a long week. I haven't been home in a week. Almost. I left on Monday. I was gone Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It'll be nice to get back to my house. Oh, there you go. Office Max is closing. Well, that's not good. Oh, a little car show going on. I forget they do that at this Culver's. Long day, ready to go home. I would say go home, go to bed. But knowing me, I'm gonna get on a computer and try to figure out this multi-chat crap so that it just works.
Richard Bishop says, "Good afternoon, Eric Fry TV. Chris Ayers made in sweet stints."
Hey. Good afternoon. Yeah, you're coming in right on the tail end of the stream. We're about to get to the point where we're gonna.
Leroy Radar says, "I will be back after the game."
We're probably not gonna be here. We're literally like minutes away from the shop, so we'll probably be going off just in a few minutes.
Richard Bishop says, "Sorry, Eric, I got tied up and couldn't get away."
It's okay. Hey, I just, I appreciate you guys showing up at all. Everybody's got a life. A 100%.
Leroy Radar says, "Then I will you lather. It's been fun."
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Let's see. See what we can do here. I'm gonna be nice, and because Kimberly has been begging for me to send people over to her channel. So once I figure out what I did with my mouse, I'm gonna automatically send you guys over there. If I can remember how to do it. There's my mouse. Let's see. Gotta go here. Gotta go here. Gotta go here. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. I gotta go to the bathroom, too. I've had to go for a while. So I've gotta go do that, too. Let's see. go. So simple to do this stuff when you're on a computer at your house. When you're on Wi-Fi and cell phones and all that, it's so much harder. It takes up so much more time to do this stuff. Aha.
Sweet says, thank you, that would be awesome.
There it is. Okay, save. Alright, everybody, you guys are going to automatically be connected to Sweet's channel. Take a look, have fun, and we will go from there. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat channel, about the same bat time. So, have fun. It was nice seeing you guys. Catch you later.